Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hi, all my lovely people, my wonderful court junkies. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I had a fabulous morning. I got to sleep. I washed my hair. I dried it, which takes an hour and a half, literally. Not natural, blow dry. It's been a good morning. Got my makeup on. Man, feel like a whole new woman. Actually have my bangs going. Yay! How are y'all doing today, everybody? Oh, I'm going to say, oh, sunny day, because it rhymes better with the song, oh, sunny day. Good morning, Miss one sunny day. I hope this finds you well. Oh, that's not what I need. Trying to get the giveaway tool up so I can get you guys going. Yes, sirree, Bob. I want you guys to get in the drawing. By the way, I realized I hadn't done the drawing, so I did the drawing last night, and the winner was, let me get to the screenshots. I got to pull up screenshots. And the winner was Angela. Angela, you were the winner. So you were in the drawing. I'm so excited for you. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, today we're going to be all about the love affair murder trial of California versus Monica Sementilli, day 15. This trial is moving at an aged snail's pace, if you know what I mean by that. An aged snail's pace. It's brutal. Also, for those who didn't know, Zachary Hughes was found guilty and given 2 life sentences for his crime. Yay! Yay! And so, but everybody's been online talking about how narcissistic he was and all that good stuff. And, you know, good riddance to trash. Take it out, throw it away, don't think about it anymore. Because to me, that's what he was. And I don't know if some of the allegations he made about the victim and what she was supposedly doing with her child, and I'm not going to say what that is here because I don't want to give credence to it, is true or not. I need to see evidence before I will call it out. But that was the reason why he unalived. Yeah, I know. I know. It's insane. Forgot to do that. Okay. So with the Monica Sementilli trial, she is, come on, computer, cooperate. Thank you. Is accused of unaliving her husband, Fabio, because she alleges that um, how do I put this? He was a hairdresser, a very famous hairdresser, and became one of those kinda hairdressers that goes around the nations in the world giving kind of educational seminars and things like that. She unalived her husband because she allegedly wanted to continue her swinging love affair. I said swinging, and you follow me correctly, with the new man in her life and collect a $1.6 million life insurance policies and other it I think the total of all assets and insurances and everything was 2.5 million, but a part of it was given to the children. She would have gained approximately 1.6 million. Fabio Sementilli was found unalived, bludgeoned to death inside their Woodland Hills home back in January of 2017. Monica and her lover, Robert Baker, were arrested 6 months after the crime. Monica Sementilli is charged with the Red Room and conspiracy. Baker pled no contest to the charges against him and was sentenced to life in prison. He is supposed to testify against her, so the Gossip Mall says. We will see about that. So that is where we are. Um, I find it interesting looking at her. Let's look at her. Let's take a look. Here she is. Look at the after, and here's the before. Of course, some years have gone by, but Botox, good hair salon. Of course, she was married to one of the most famous hairstylists in the world. So, yeah. Uh, okay. All right. Um, so anyway, age has not been very kind to her. Time has not been kind to her. Doesn't even look like her to me. It I mean, looks like they could be related, but yeah, crazy. So, the Karen Reed obviously today did not have her I'm looking to see, did not have her motion hearing today. Auntie Bev, last time we heard from Judge Auntie Bev, she was a very unhappy judge. A lot of people have been talking and surmising about what happened in court, and I think that Auntie Bev really got her knickers in a knot when, Brennan, a special district attorney, um, m misstated that the evidence in which he was speaking of was given to him from the feds until he was corrected, but by then it was too late. Auntie Bev was she was off the charts. Oh, I know, oh, sunny day. She Cemetilly, I know, I struggle. I keep wanna call it Cemetilly. Everybody struggles with that. I'm glad I'm not the only one. But Cemetilly is, how you say it. Cemetilly's been in jail. Karen Reed, um, in that situation, I think, here's the thing. The comment, if I understand it correctly, that was stated that kinda got everybody was the comment that the defense was having emails, back and forth with an expert witness that was hired by the feds, and at some point they stopped, they said, "Oh, we can't be doing this." Another issue is the fact that, payment. Now, on the stand, the defense, when questioning said witness, stated, "We have not paid you. You are not in our pocket," basically, and he said, "That's correct." Now, later, it comes to find out that there was a payment. Now, was it after trial for expenses? That's okay. Might need to justify it a little bit, but that's not against the rules. If he was paid prior to testimony, then that lawyer lied under in court, and that is an issue. Huge issue. What baby girl? Are we wanting some puppy love? What do you want? Come on. Up, up. Aw. This is a little early in the day for puppy love. Usually you do it when you're about ready to go home. Are you telling me it's time to go home already? Are you telling me you need me to go home? Well, no, we got to. I know, thank you for your kisses, but we got to do it. Okay, go for that. No, we're not going to get into that. Excuse me, you're seeing all of me. Puppers. I never ignore loving from my puppers. Never ignore loving from the puppers. So anyway, the Karen Reed is a saga that's ongoing, so we'll be paying attention to that. But God, thank God, um, the correction was made, but by then Auntie Bev was too upset to even handle it. Some people were saying, "Oh, he's gotta have the defense is gonna have to have their defense attorneys are gonna have to have their attorneys." It's horrible. You guys, will you do me a favor? If you are new here, thank you so much for watching. Even if you're watching on X, will you go to the YouTube and subscribe? I had 30 plus subscribers just drop from my account thanks to YouTube, and I'd like to get them back. Will you go and check your subscription and make sure you are still subscribed? Sensei, lay down. Down. Come on, lay down. Thank you. And make sure that you are subscribed because that is frustrating. Sometimes that happens. I think it's an audit, which is okay. Hold on. Yes, but that 30 grand is whether you sue or not. It's guaranteed. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, that airline flight in Canada that rolled upside down, it has been said publicly by the company that every individual, 80 of them, including the 2 pilots, the 2, flight attendants, and all 76 passengers will be getting $30,000, no strings attached from them. Now, that's probably in hopes you don't sue, but whether you sue or not, you're gonna get 30 grand because you did a cartwheel on landing and walked away. Just saying. So wow, that's insane. Just so you know, um, I'm surprised they made that public. Usually they don't make those things public, but they did. I guess they're hoping that people won't sue since nobody was unalived. But the thing is that there were some people who were hospitalized, probably some that should have been. But those that were injured and hospitalized, all of them are now home and doing well and starting the road to recovery at home. But one thing I want to say is that this will create some post-traumatic stress disorders, I'm sure, in some of these uh, passengers, and they need to also take care of their mental health as well as their physical health. So that is the road we are on. I am waiting for the Sementilli trial to start. I am looking at, by the way, for those of you who are following the Diddy trial, Diddy, some of you may not know this, faces a fresh crisis as his lawyer, Tony Rico, quits the rapper case. Motion to withdraw for counsel filed in the state of New York on Thursday by Tony from on the P. Diddy trial. Let me read some of that. Sean Diddy Combs is facing a fresh crisis after his lawyer, Anthony Rico, stepped down from his legal team with a very cryptic statement in a motion for withdrawal of counsel filed in New York on Thursday. Rico, I'm gonna change things around here, guys, so I'm reading it, looking at you and not sideways. Um, Said, "Under no circumstances can I continue to effectively serve as counsel for Sean Combs." The notice added that discussions have been had led with counsel Mark Nifilio and Rico before the motion was filed. Rico said that he would be providing no details to support the application, adding that the government prosecutors had been notified and didn't take a stance. He said him standing down would not result in any delay to the current schedule with Combs to stand trial this May. Combs has had the same lead counsel since his home in LA and Miami were raided last year. So he's stepping down. Combs, 55, remains locked up in a Brooklyn infamous Metropolitan Detention Center in New York after he was arrested in September of last year. He is charged with racketeering, conspiracy, uh, transporting people for this reason of intimate acts, and transportation engaged in selling oneself for the reason of intimate acts in September of 17. Yes, I'm talking in code. The rapper has been accused of arranging freakouts described as elaborate and produced X performances. Prosecutors say he arranged and directed these performances while he self pleasured himself, often recording the events. This is why I'm not covering it. It's just yeah. No, I'm not gonna cover this trial, but I don't mind telling you that he lost his lawyer. Yepers, he sure did. Lawyer said, "I'm done. I've had enough." Let me go to please go to our Discord if you are interested in some of the behind the scenes information. We do share some of this information on our Discord. So please come and join us on Discord. As long as he still has a agnifilio, I guess that's how you say it. I may be wrong. Uh, Diddy's case will continue. It will. We are just a few minutes away from Sementilli. Actually, we're 5 minutes delayed in the Sementilli trial, so we will be let me get that popped in. Shared screen. I'm gonna change. I'm in the mood for a change. Let's make me a circle today. Yepers. And then once this gets going, we'll give you a full layout. Yeah, I think he was getting to the point that he couldn't handle what he was learning. Um, I think this Sunday I'm going to do a members only live, and we are going to talk a little bit about P Diddy and what all that baby oil was for, or whatever oil. I know what all that oil was for. I'll even pull up a video to show you. Yes, that's a teaser. Uh, this stinks. SNL, Saturday Night Live, had their 50th anniversary, and cast members are now testing positive for COVID of an outbreak on set. Oh, I had a false positive on a test. I got to make a phone call and let somebody know that. Um, NASCAR race director admits the mistake in the Daytona 500 finish, um, dual finish. I got to read this because I'm a NASCAR fan. In the latest episode, Holler Talk, the official podcast for NASCAR that serves as a vessel for NASCAR officials to explain controversial calls and race control during the race weekend, addressed the questionable finish to the second dual qualifier race at the Daytona International Speedway. In the event, Eric Jones defeated Austin at the finish line in a photo finish. However, called a caution flag due to the crash coming to the finish line on the final lap. So anyway, they are fighting over when they throw the white caution flag, because what's happening is when there's a caution, something happens, usually the flag's supposed to come out immediately, but they held it for the race till for sure the first 2 cars came through the finish line, and then on the 3rd, they called a caution. Um, yeah, there's some controversy here. So, yes, I do like some sporting events, peoples. I do, I do, I do. There's a lot of people upset about that race. There's one person who tends to get too aggressive in certain situations and knock out people wrongfully out of a race intentionally is what is being accused. Um, I am looking I'm not gonna I wish I could show you that, but I can't because it's copyrighted. It's all copyrighted. Oh, no, have you heard World War II rescue buoys are secret floating hotels of the English Canal. Did you know that you can go and get on a rescue buoy and stay there overnight like a hotel? I don't know if I could do that. That water up and down would have me tossing sick. But it's a cool idea. I poked myself sewing and I've got a big thing of skin sticking up. I apologize. Come on, Mana. What's going on? They said, well, it was supposed to start at 11. Then they pushed it to 11:30. Now we're on 11:40 and we still don't have the case. Okay, I'm checking Discord. While we're checking Discord, why don't we just FYI, for those of you who love court documents and reading over court documents, please go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord and register your account, validate your account, and then you will have access to over 500 cases, thousands of court documents that you can read through to at your leisure and on your time. We greatly appreciate you as the gavel drops. Thanks for your support and partnership with this channel. We greatly appreciate you and love you. Hello, Tanika. Yes, I won't explain how, but I'll tell you privately. Um, but yes, 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 I know. Tanika, we have a date today, right? Send me the information. I'm going to be recording a special, I'm going to be a guest on Tanika's channel, and we're going to record our hour-long uh, program. And so while trial is happening, you will see me talking, but you won't be hearing me. Give me a moment, though. My child is calling, and that is unusual this time of day. I'll be right back with you. Alright, she's okay. She's just touching base. It's much colder where she is in college than it is here, and she goes, "It's so cold, she doesn't even wanna get in her car to come home." I was like, "Do you wanna come home for the weekend?" She goes, "Nope, don't wanna even go outside. I'm just gonna stay here. Just gonna stay here. Not going." So, anyway, that was my daughter. Thank you guys for your understanding. So, oh, I'm either hot or I'm cold. Hot or cold. Don't forget to say, "I liked." Please like this channel or this video, and when you do that and you put the word ILIKED, like this over there in the comments, it enters you into a drawing for a giveaway at the end of the month. At the end of the month. I draw today for one person, and they're entered into the drawing at the end of the month. Where's the college? Um, San Angelo. It's kind of northwest of me, northwest east. Anyway, it's about 2.5 hour drive from here. Yeah. But it's, kinda like near the panhandle of Texas, and, it does get quite a bit colder. They do get more ice and snow than we do, so it's she's like, I'm so cold. Can't get warm." I'm like, I know." Guys, it is so hot in here. I've gotta open my door. Hold on a sec. Do you have the heater on? I'm not going that far. I'll disconnect with my ears. But if you go back that way, please turn it down. I am sweating. We have the heater on, and this little room, it's a little room. This little room, oh my gosh, it gets so hot. Oh, now they changed it to 12 p.m. Y'all, really? Yes. Um, I'm going to my mail, Tanika. Um, will you mail me the information I need, if you haven't already, for today? Uh, I'm looking to confirm our time. Why does it not show me all the feeds? There it goes. Uh, wow. Why can't I? I think I'm supposed to join you at 1 o'clock, or what time? Verify the time because the thread is not opening up all the way. I apologize. It's the way this thing opens up and it drives me crazy. So do me a favor if you're still listening, go ahead and send me a thread or send me a new email just to confirm the time and how to get in there. I would like this trial to be going before I leave to go over to your channel. Do I look okay? I tried not to look like EDB today. I'm looking like Ada today. Sensei, baby girl, I gotta turn you. Okay. My pupper's body is in the way. So 12 o'clock our time is 1 o'clock your time. That is so annoying. That is like major annoying. Major, major annoying. I'm looking to see if I can find out why are we having the delays today? I got that song, "Oh, sunny day, oh, sunny day," in my head. Okay, I'm gonna put that down. Um, notify me, notifications on. There we go. I'm over in our, Discord looking and going online trying to find out what is happening with this trial. See, why is it starting late today? Um, oh, that was when yeah, do what really sucks is when you're the prosecutor in a trial and you get in a minor accident on the way to work. That's what happened, I think, on day 2 of trial. Um, no information. I I'm still kinda actually let's yeah, I kinda wanna talk about how I am actually a little bit, reeling over the Hughes trial. That trial has really got me aggravated because what bothers me about it is the fact that he is so arrogant and confessed to doing it, then why? Why did you put everybody through a trial? The family. I mean, to sit there and gloat over how you unalived this woman and talk about it in court, public record, in front of the family, in front of the family is beyond me. It angers me. I don't understand why the defense attorneys thought it would be a good thing. Oh, I'm trying to find out some more information on that. Well, oh, that's right, Tanika, you weren't blocked on my channel today. You got through. I don't know what was going on. Um, Tanika, thank you so much for resending the email. I do need to be live with this in court in order to leave because I need to be able to start it. And I can't control what they're doing. It is pure evil one sunny day. It is just absolutely beyond evil how that man can sit there and gloat and do so with the cover of righteousness. He unalived this woman because he believed he believed that it saved a little girl's life. And I'm like, "Did it though?" And then the father is now arrested. We did play some video on that where the father was arrested for his involvement in the unaliving. That may have been his way of um, getting the testimony in about the father to get him indicted. I don't know, but all I know is that guy is sick and he deserves to be where he's gonna be. Thank you so much, Tash. Tash, I love your little thumbnail. Don't be salty. Bee. hot. I love it. So, Tash, what did you think about the Hughes trial? I'm like, why on God's green earth would he, other than for self gloat and preservation, and just to get his honestly, I think he wanted to go to trial so he could sit there and give one last performance of a lifetime. He likes the attention. He likes to perform. Mhm. He had a hero complex. Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you something. I I would I would lay my life down. Hold on, let me get a hold of Tanika because she just set me up. 2 Eastern reply. So, um, I was supposed to do a recording with Tanika today for a show, and, it's supposed to be now, but we're now delayed. Only 5 minutes out, so if what may happen, and I know some of you will understand, um, that as soon as this trial happens, I will have to, turn my voice off and do a show for somebody. I think if there's any actual proof of the abuse beforehand, not just speculation of it, the outcome may have been different. I think it would too, but I don't know if there's actual proof. We personally have not heard of any, not that there isn't any out there. Um, but that said, it doesn't matter what was going on. Okay, let me get a hold of Tanika. Uh, mm, so I don't know if she was actually involved in the CP, the creating of CP and forcing her child to participate. I don't understand. I don't believe that she would have done that. If she was, then she should be in prison, but doesn't mean she should have been unalived. And that is my humble opinion. And that's my humble opinion. Um, so we'll see. The one of the things that kind of bothered me was I they had the other gentleman, the the fiance of the victim, come in, and he was in orange, shackled, and testify. They did, the prosecution did bring it up to the, jury and those behind the bar that he had 8 or 9, I think it's 9 charges against him, but did not tell him what kind of charge. Um, I was very surprised they put him up there, in all honesty. I don't think they needed him. The guy admitted to it. I mean, what else do you need when someone admits it? But they couldn't I guess the prosecution could not depend that he would get on the stand. You never know if the defendant's gonna get on the stand, and they can change their mind in the very last second whether to get on or not to get on the stand. Um, I apologize for the delay. Uh, they keep pushing court back. It was supposed to be at 11:30, then 12. So let's kinda see what happens. I need to put this over here. Uh, what? Okay. A Facebook page has sent me a weird message. I'll have to figure that out later. The photos that were found on her phone and post phone were of her and her. Oh my gosh. How old is her daughter? I want to know the same thing. I got a weird they're getting ready to shut down my Facebook page from Meta. I don't even know what that is. I gotta deal with it later. Y'all, if that is true, she didn't deserve to die, but she deserves to be behind jail for life. I get that. Uh, mm, that doesn't mean he should take it in his own hands. If that's the case, why was she permitted to have the child back again? Why were they gonna put the child back with her again? That's my confusion. Okay, it's 12. Come on, start, y'all. We need to figure out what's going on with that page. So, let me get this back up here. By the way, I want to say thank you to all my court junkies. That's all of you. You are very precious to me, and I value your time that you spend with me. So, thank you from the Heidi, the Highlander, and myself. Yes, I love that little Highlander. I think that's awesome. So, make sure I don't need why don't we I need to do this. Being withdrawn from the account.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you some specific questions then. Showing the first bank account, and basically what I'm asking you
I
is,
guess they had
overall, were
somebody
you able
testify
to
that we could
determine
not see
that
because they are already
Taylor
in trial.
was funding or sharing money with a Christopher Austin?
Yes.
No, it's allowed.
Okay, and that's
Very well
really
could have
my
been.
question
Okay, guys,
will go towards, just to give you an idea where we're going.
I'll be back in a little
So,
bit.
if I may mark an 11-page document, the title page is Robert Baker. It's a financial accounting of all charges in different various bank accounts. And it's 11 pages collectively. If I may mark it as equals 186.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you the account ending in, this is pages 1 through 5. And this is starting with the account ending in 5.
If you were watching Tanika,
9366. Okay,
we can
there's a
go
lot
ahead
of
and
numbers here.
send me the link, please.
Which And what does this show you?
This shows that on January 6th, 2016, there was a $25 withdrawal from this account, and it was actually transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
What is the significance of this transferring of the account ending in 7968?
That's the opening deposit for the third account ending in 7968.
Okay, so was that account then opened in January 6th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm gonna jump to, try to make this not too confusing here. I'm gonna jump to page 8. Here's the account ending in 7968. There's this 1/6/2016. So basically, that's when an account was opened.
Yes.
And what are we calling this? A third, second? What
Third, sorry, the third,
third
based
account?
on my analysis.
So he has this main account. He opened a new account and he started it January 6th, 2016.
Yes.
This account, does this ultimately end up being an account that's used by Austin? And we'll get to that, but just for reference,
Well, there were money being withdrawn from Alaska from this account,
which is where Chris
which
Austin
was,
is.
yes.
Right, let me go back then. All right, turning to page 2. Actually, back of this. The back of page 1, I should say. You have a charge that you highlighted, 1/25/2016.
Yes, there was $300 that was transferred to the third account ending in 76. Sorry. And then 7968.
And that was on 1/25/2016, right?
Yes,
Bring up page 8 again, we have the 120, I'm not gonna go through all these, but 1/25/2016 to $300. What was the significance of that?
so, basically that was being funded, and then on the same day, a $303 was withdrawal from Alaska.
All right, so can you explain how it was withdrawn from Alaska?
It looks like that this person had a card ending in 1311, and it was through an ATM.
So, just to be clear, I know I'm gonna get confusing, but Baker took money from $300 from one account, transferred it to his other account, Baker's other account, correct?
Yes,
And then in Alaska, there was a withdrawal for that same amount.
yes.
And is that,
Well, there was obviously 303. It's the $3 probably is a fee.
okay, minus the fee, right, yeah.
Yes.
And then at some point, did you see that money then deposited into Chris Austin's account?
Let me see. I think.
Let me put up,
Okay. Oh, yes, I can see that. I mean, not the whole amount was deposited. There was some cash that was deposited into this account.
I know this is a lot of numbers. And this is Chris Austin's account right here that you analyzed as well?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a highlighted portion right here. What is that?
So on January 25th, 2016, it showed a deposit of $60. And then, of course, I had a notation where 303 was withdrawn from Baker's account, ending in 7968 on the same date.
Okay, so in simple terms is Baker's funding another account that Austin appears to have the ability to withdraw from in Alaska.
Yes.
And that was in the January timeframe that was happening.
Actually, it happened January 2016. Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have been clear on that. But then it continues to happen closer to the date of the murder, correct?
Yes.
And I'll go to that to make it a little clearer. Let's go to this is page 2 of 186. July of 2016, you highlighted that section as well. And that was 6 months then before the murder of Fabio, when you just testified you saw charges of Baker in Las Vegas as well as the defendant.
Yes,
So was there activity again on Baker's account that ended up funding for Christopher Austin?
yes.
Can you explain that?
So on July 25th, 2016, there were two transfers, one for $130 and one for 100, and they were both transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
Okay, and that's reflected on the 7968 account, correct?
Yes,
Which is People's 8. The 130 and the 100, correct?
yes,
And then did that money get withdrawn in Alaska?
yes.
And
Yes, I mean, well, basically it was used to purchase a plane ticket from Alaska Air, but it's the same using the card ending in 1311.
and can you just explain that what you just said?
Oh, sorry.
Rather than showing you all these graphs, it's easier to explain it.
Okay, so basically it looked like on July 28th, there were two charges to Alaska Airlines. But they were done with the card ending in 1311, which was the same card number that was used to withdraw money from that account.
So again, Baker took money from his first account, put it in this other account. It appears as though it was withdrawn in Alaska, and a ticket was bought for Christopher Austin to Los Angeles.
I don't know that. I didn't see the supporting document.
So what do you know?
All I know is that there were tickets purchased from Alaska Airlines
Okay.
using that card that was the one that was being used in Alaska.
It was withdrawn in Alaska and airline tickets were bought.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's move to page 3 then. And this is again Baker's main account. We've got the 1/12/2017. You've got a couple things highlighted. What is that?
Yes, so on January 12, 2017, $380 was transferred to the Baker account ending in 7968. Then on January 23rd, 2017, $120 was withdrawn in cash.
From where?
Sorry, I don't have the detail on here as to where.
Do you need me to put up another?
Yes,
Which one?
I think the detail on,
The 7968 account?
yeah, let's try that. Yeah, 7968, please. So. No, I don't have it on here either. Maybe- Okay, can we go back to the last sheet? Yes. Oh, I see. If you look at, there was one schedule, it's just a bank statement that I had.
A bank statement.
Yes.
Is it this last page?
No, it should be the third page. Oh. Oh, great. Oh, no. I think you had it. May I refer to my notes?
That'd be great.
Thank you, Tash.
Okay. So it was the $120 withdrawal at Victoria Boulevard, Reseda, California.
Okay, what is that in reference to?
That's the location where the withdrawal was done.
And that's on okay, I was talking about specifically 1/12/2017.
Yes.
There's a $380, right?
Yeah,
And then
so
below that was the 120. So what was, let's
Correct.
start with the 380, what was that?
that was just a transfer to the Baker account ending in 7968.
And then what happened to that money?
May I see the detail for 7968? Yes. So you can see on January 12, 2017, 303 was withdrawn from the account in Alaska, using the same part number 1311.
Okay. And then, do you know what that money was, coincides with it buying airline tickets again?
Let me see.
Let me help you out here. Chris Austin's account,
Okay, yes, on January 17, yeah, if you show Christopher Austin's account, right, page 14 and 19.
this is our page 13.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. So on January 17, 2017, there were two charges to Alaska Airlines, one for $179.30 and one for $180.80.
Okay. Overall, the point of your analysis is on the July of 2016, as well as the January 2017, Baker moved money from one account to another account that he had, and that account, the money was withdrawn in Alaska, which would presumably mean somebody has an ATM up there that can withdraw the money.
Has a card, yes.
And then that money is shown in Christopher Austin's account purchasing airline tickets.
Yes,
So it appears as though Baker's funding these airline tickets.
yes.
It's a lot of numbers to get through that, right? All right. And then the last topic I wanted to ask you about is, did you also look at were you asked recently to look at some value of stock options back in 2017 that were part of Fabio Sementilli's benefits?
Yes,
Okay. So can you explain what you did and what you're asked to do?
yes.
Go ahead.
So what I did was I was provided with a P&G letter to the estate attorneys, and it showed, did you have the source?
Remember, it's People's 187, it's a 4-page document with the P&G logo on it regarding stock options.
Very good.
Okay, so in the bottom,
All right?
okay.
And this is a document from P&G to the estate attorneys, correct?
Thank you, Ms.
The
Morales.
estate attorneys
Good
as well,
afternoon,
who handle the
Patrick.
probate.
Yes,
Hope you're
And I'm
feeling
gonna zoom
better.
in the bottom part, and
Thank you,
just explain
Patrick.
what that is.
so this showed that there were 3 sets of stock options.
A show.
The grant dates were February 28, 2014, February 27, 2015, February 29, 2016. And they were all vested the day that he passed, on January 23rd, 2017.
Are you able to explain what vested means?
That means that.
I appreciate you jumping on. I am so sorry to ask.
To be able to exercise the stock option.
And are you familiar with stock options?
I hope you're feeling well.
To the point of, can you give just a general idea of what this means, what a stock option is?
Yeah, just basically, it's sort of an incentive to provide to your employees. You know, sometimes you don't choose to pay them as much in salary, so you provide them with stock option, and then that keeps them in the company. And then eventually you could cash that in for cash.
And you say it's an incentive, it's a bonus to an employee.
Yes.
You give them an option, but they're not paying anything when they get the options, they just get a fixed price on a number for stock for the future if they want to end up exercising it, meaning cash it in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but they don't pay anything up front.
No.
All right. So these stock options, when they say that they vest, that in this particular case, when Fabio died, that meant the stock options he'd been given were available to, for lack of better words, cash it.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so, and then there are certain expiration dates, so like for the stock option that was granted in 2014, it was gonna expire in 10 years, obviously in
And
February
fantastic.
28, 2020.
Everybody, you're
And it's the
watching.
same for
I
the
like
other two
like
sets of
it,
stock
like
options.
it, like it.
So
We got
that's the
one like
information I
today
extract from here
and
was
3 entries. Who did
the
not like?
number of outstanding stock
You
options that
didn't like.
was
You put
granted
it in
and when
anyway,
it was vested.
And you have no knowledge, well, never mind. So then what did you do after that?
Then I look at
Okay,
what
we're
was
good.
sent to me
Refresh.
on the actual exercising of the stock option, and that took place in February of 2024.
And this is page 3. And that's from the probate attorneys? Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Now it says 3/5/23, is that correct? You said 2024.
No, it was a typo. I confirmed with him it was 2024.
All right. So just to be clear, Fabio had these outstanding stock options. They were able to be exercised or cashed in, but they weren't right away, right?
No.
They weren't until 2024.
Yes.
So what we want to know then is we have the value that we were given from the probate in
Okay, guys, this is a
2024
very
being
boring part of the testimony, but it's also very interesting because you're looking at a lot of big numbers here.
But we want to know that
Numbers.
were you able to determine the value of these stock options? Had they been able, we heard testimony that they were held, but if they were cashed in 2017.
Yes, with one estimate that I had to make.
And can you walk us through the estimate that you did?
Okay, so what I did was, can you show the
Page 4. Did you create page 4?
yes?
All right.
So the bond.
Okay, let me give you a quick recap. And I think they have her back up here again because one of the things that they were arguing was had she not been arrested and she pulled out those stock options back in 2017, 2018, probably 2017 is when it would have happened. The stock value was higher than it is today. And when she originally was on the stand, she had figured out all these prices based on today's numbers. And prosecution got defense got a little pissy about that. So now we're talking about what were they worth back then?
Schedule, it just shows how it's exactly the same thing as the chart that you previously showed. And what I wanted to know was what was the option cost. That's one thing that I couldn't figure out, how it was calculated.
What do you mean when you say option cost?
Well, basically what they do is they'll take the gross value of the stock option at exercise date. And then there's an option cost that sort of like discount what it need to be for these stocks. So they're not gonna, the person who's exercising the stock option is not gonna get the full value of the gross value. They're gonna get the net value of that stock option.
If I were to give you an example, we don't know what it was, but if Fabio was offered 100 shares of stock at $100, okay? As it goes up, the stock goes up and now it's $150. You just get the profit for what he was offered at 100. He only gets the profit at $50, right?
Yes,
So that's what you're talking about.
yes.
So when you say that stock option cost, that's the number that they gave it to him at going, you get anything above this number.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what I did was I did a percentage. So I divided this option cost into the gross value at exercise date. So the stock that was granted in 2014 came to be 50% and 50.17%.
All right, for those of you who don't know much about this trial, let me give you a quick road this far, and I'm really being quick. She's being charged with hiring basically someone to unalive her husband. She was dating another guy while married. He was an ex-porn star, read between the lines of the accent, and they were swinging, if you know what that means. And so he had, I think, a $1.6 million life insurance policy, not including the stock options and everything else with the company. her husband was a very, very well-known, famous hairstylist who basically became a one of the hairstylists that was connected with some of these big corporations for hair products, and he would go around giving seminars and teaching techniques and stuff. So anyway, he was making well over 6 figures a year, and she had a good good setup, but she, was not happy with what was going on in the bedroom and was all over the place with it, and she sent tons of photos of herself, and when I mean of herself, I mean of everything of herself and every part of herself, which the poor jury has to see, to the boyfriend who was the swinger. Um, oh my god, it's just crazy. She met him racquetball at the gym. Um, so anyway, he unalived the husband and now she's on trial. He admitted to it. He pled. He has been sentenced and is serving a very long time in prison. But now she is on trial. And so we right now are going over a lot of the financials because that's was the basis for all of this.
The stock
That's a good
option
cover,
that was granted
good
in
road thus far.
2015 came to 54.3%.
He doesn't look at all like what
And
she
the
looked
stock
like when
that was
she
granted in 2016 came
back
to
in 2017.
51.21%. So then what I did was I Googled what the historical value. So Google Finance was able to provide me with what the value at closing day on January 23rd, 2017.
And what was the value, and it's an estimate, but the estimated value had all three of those series of stock options been exercised, what was the gain?
It would have been, the gross value would have been $1,080,478.
Okay, but what's the gain of the money that the defendant could have received
Yes.
had she been able to exercise those?
So conservatively, I used the highest percentage of the offset, which was 54.3%. So that came to $493,778.45.
And when you're saying you use the highest percentage point,
Because then it would bring the value lower.
so this is a conservative estimate at $493,000.
Correct.
Okay. It's complicated, and you're a certified forensic accountant, correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So again, there's three series of options that were offered to Fabio in 2014, and they were valued at a certain amount, and then in 15 they were valued at a different amount, and 16 are valued at a different amount.
Yes.
You took the most conservative number of the value to estimate that in 2017, the best of your estimation, they would have been the gain, the net money that she would have received would have been around $493,778.
Yes.
And in 2014, when they were actually exercised, meaning turned in, the gain was $935,814.
2024.
2024, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
May cross.
Thank you, Honor. Hello, Ms. Nell.
Hi.
So like I said, you know a lot, right? I'm a little curious on the option. An option is something that you purchase at a certain time, and they give you the stock at that price, correct?
The way I understand this, a stock option is being offered, you don't buy it.
Well, you buy the option. You're given the option, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're given the option at a certain price.
Yes.
All right? And that price is usually the value of the stock at the time you get it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you exercise the option at that time, if you got the stock at 20 and exercise it at 20, you make no profit.
Correct.
And if you wait to cash it in or exercise it, you are gambling as to whether or not the stock is going to go up or down, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
That's how. So if you get the option at 30 and you exercise it, the stock is 20, you've lost 10 points, correct?
Yes.
You're gonna owe money.
Yes.
So you're not gonna get that, exercise that option.
I'm gonna object on the O money.
Well, I understand what you're saying. However, the witness did answer it. You can clarify and redirect.
I would just let it expire, not exercise.
Right. Why would you take a stock at 20 that's worth $10, correct? Okay. Or you wait to see if the stock is gonna go up, and that's the gamble, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Procter and Gamble or Wella allowed Fabio Sementilli on 3 different occasions to, gave him options at a certain price, correct?
Yes.
One was in 2015, one was 2016, and one was
14.
14. Okay. 14, 15, and 16.
Yes.
Okay. And you know the price or the value of the stock at that time. You know what the option that he was given, at what value. You know what it is.
Yes.
Okay. So
Well,
the value would, I'm sorry.
objection on vague,
It's overruled.
well, objection on speculation that she knows.
Well, do you know the option price that Fabio Sementilli was given? in
Yeah,
2000?
now in retrospect, yes, and I think it's part of one of the schedule that I used, that it was on there. And it was the closing price of the day that the stock was granted, the stock option was granted.
Okay, so you know that the value on that date that he got the option, what the stock was worth.
Yes.
Okay. And then on that date, if he cashed it in, he'd break even, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the value of the option in 2014?
May I see the P and G? Or you could just move it up. Yeah, so these are the granted prices.
You're looking at exhibit 187, it looks like, at the bottom
So I'm sorry, your question was, what date were you
Well-
interested in?
here. In 2014, the granting date was 2/28/2014, is that right?
Yes.
And the granting price was $78,
Yes.
correct? Is that right?
Yes.
2015, it was worth $85, and in 2016, it was worth approximately $80. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in 2000, Fabio Sementilli died on 1/23/17. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the grant price of $80, you're not saying that he was given the option on the day he died, are you?
I'm sorry, can you,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong day. All right, so he was granted the option that on 2/29/2016 was the granting date, the grant price was $80, correct?
yes,
What was the value of that stock on 1/23/17?
I believe it was 86. Sorry. May I see the schedule that I created? Oh, here we go. It's 86.96.
So the stock that he was granted in 2016, on the day of his death, it went up 6 points, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. So if it had been exercised on that date, what would the profit have been? 6 points, right?
yes,
And what was the stock worth on that date?
86.96.
So what would his profit have been?
It would have been 36,000, maybe?
How many shares was he granted?
42.99.
4,299?
Yes,
Okay. So his profit was 36,000, is that correct?
approximately.
If it had been exercised on 1/23/17, the day of his death, right?
Yes.
Okay. The stock option that was issued in 2015, the granting price was $85,
Yes,
correct? Is that right?
yes.
And And again, the value of that, stock on the day of his death was the same amount you just gave us, 80 what?
86.96.
So it went up 1 point.
Yes,
So if he had exercised, or someone had exercised that option on 2017, the day of his death, he would have made a profit on one share of the stock, correct?
yes.
What was the value of that stock? On that day?
I don't know, approximately, 4,000-ish?
One share was worth 4,000.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I mean, $1.86.
All right, so you'd add that to the previous amount you talked about was 42,000, you said? 30%. The amount we just said, on the previous, option, you said he would have made a profit of 40 something.
No, I would think that would be, 86.96 less $80.29, and then multiply by the outstanding stock.
Outstanding shares.
Yes,
So on the $1 profit, what would his profit have been? How many shares would he?
has 47, sorry,
47,
47.
$4,247.
Yes,
And the stock that he was granted in 2014, the granted price was $78, correct?
yes,
How many shares was he given?
79, sorry,
3,897 shares?
79. You said 97,
I'm sorry. And the stock was the same price on the day of his death, was 80 what?
86.96.
So what was the profit there? How many shares, how many points
Like
did it go up?
$8. Around $8.
All right, and how many shares was he again granted?
38.79.
So 8 times 38.79 is what?
Uh,
About
32.
32,000? Right?
Yes,
So the three amounts that would have been gained if all three options had been exercised on 2017, you said was $493,000?
well, that was, because bear in mind that the estimate, I mean, that was one thing I couldn't quite determine.
Well,
I-
all right.
Yes, okay,
It seems to me, and I'm not an accountant, that if you know how many shares he was given in an option, and you know the price of the stock at the time he was given that option, and you know the price of the stock when it vested and you exercise the option,
okay,
it's the difference in the price times the amount of shares,
yes,
correct?
yes.
Where does conservative or not conservative come in? Can't you get the exact amount by looking at those numbers?
Yes, in retrospect now, yes, I see it.
Okay, and the total amount that he would have, or someone would have gained would be somewhere around $72,000. Is that right?
Roughly, I guess.
Okay. So this figure of 493,000, which you said was conservative, that was way off.
Yes,
Okay, that's okay.
I
just want to
realize
get the true figures here. So assuming that Monica Sementilli or someone else had exercised these three options on the date of 1/23/2017, the date of Fabio Sementilli's death, there would have been a profit of about $72,000.
okay.
Is that right?
I didn't calculate off the top of my head.
Well, we just did it though.
Okay,
Okay. They were not exercised on that date, were they?
no,
You know when they were eventually exercised?
yes, in February of 2024.
And they were exercised not by Monica Sementilli or Luigi or anyone in the family. They were exercised by the estate attorneys, correct?
Because they were gonna expire. The first set was gonna expire in
Okay.
February 2024.
So they almost expired before they were exercised, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And I don't know if you know that or not, but wasn't the estate notified by Procter and Gamble that if you don't exercise these options in a week or two, you're going to lose them?
I don't know.
Okay, but you do know that they were all exercised on the same date, or were they not?
Yes.
Thank you. This is another portion of that same exhibit. And we see the net cash, net fee, and it was, all right,
It was a typo.
3/5/23. Are you saying it was actually 24?
It was 24.
Okay. So by 2024, 5 years after, or 7 years after the death of Fabio Sementilli, and 7 years after the arrest of Monica Sementilli, the estate exercised those options because they were going to lose them if they didn't, right?
Yes, the first set anyway.
And the value at that time of those options was around $935,000, correct?
Yes.
Which is now sitting in the estate of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Now, let me go back now to the investigation you did into the bank accounts of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli. Who gave you your instructions as to what accounts you were to look at?
I was provided with a lot of bank accounts, and I looked at every one of them.
Okay, when you say a lot, can you summarize? Let me see if I can make it easy. Were you given the accounts of Monica and Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay, from what years were you given?
Okay, I had 8 bank accounts of Monica and Fabio, and also some of them with the children.
Okay,
Okay, and they were for the period of, it varied between September 15 through October 2018.
okay, so September of 2015.
Yeah, they're not all inclusive. They're not, I mean, basically they cover all different periods, but that's around the ballpark. I mean, so the earliest date of bank records I have was September 2015, and then the last set was October 2018.
And how did you obtain those records?
They were provided to me by the DDA.
By Silverman and whoever was in charge at that time of the
Yes.
case? Okay. And those were the records that you used, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go out and ask for or obtain any other records?
No.
Okay. So when you were given those records, were those the complete records of all the years in between of each of those accounts? Do you know?
Yes.
They were.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know anything about the case at that time? What it was, what the charges were, what the theory was of the prosecution?
Not at first.
Okay. Well, what were you asked to look for in the beginning?
I was just asked to analyze the bank records to see what kind of activity took place in these bank accounts.
Well, there are hundreds of entries, right?
Yes.
So it was not narrowed down into looking at travel or names or locations or dates or anything like that?
Later on, but I analyzed everything in totality.
And you haven't told us everything you analyzed.
No, I
Okay.
mean,
So you looked at them to see in general what kind of records they were. Is that right?
yes,
And then at some point, were you given more specific instructions as to what you were looking for?
yes.
And when was that?
Uh,
How long after you got the records?
I don't recall.
Okay. And who gave you those instructions?
DDA Silverman.
Okay. And what were those instructions?
I mean, well, I was asked to look at trips.
Trips out of Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Sometimes, I mean, they're looking for a specific date, location, and I would go back to the bank record and try to locate that information.
Like Las Vegas,
Las Vegas,
Myrtle Beach?
yes. And then I even something locally.
Did you look at all travel records or just those records relating to the locations that Ms. Silverman gave you?
Well, I look at all information within the bank statement. I didn't look at actual travel record.
I understand. But did you give us records relating to all the travel of Ms. Sementilli during that period of time?
They are part of my analysis.
But you didn't give us records analysis as when she traveled to Canada back and forth, did you?
It's noted in the bank records.
But right now, okay,
I didn't extract the information, but it was part of the bank records.
okay. So if I asked you anything about their travel or wherever they went during those periods of time, you could tell me,
Yes,
but you'd have to look at the records.
yes,
Okay. So today you were just asked about certain locations like Las Vegas and Myrtle Beach.
yes.
Were you prepared ahead of time to answer questions about those records? You were told you were going to be asked about Myrtle Beach and Las Vegas and so forth.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how those records were obtained by the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. Were you asked to, you mentioned Mr. Austin, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you given his name as well as someone they wanted to know if his name turned up in any of these records?
No. I think basically, as I was viewing the information, there were a lot of activity in Alaska, and I could see that money is being deposited in Baker's account locally in the valley, but then someone was withdrawing money in Alaska, and that seemed peculiar.
And I'm sorry if this is already asked. When did you do your analysis?
For
What you testified to today?
over the last few years,
When did you start?
I don't recall.
And when did you end?
The last of my analysis was Austin's account. I think within last year.
Okay. So when did you first start looking at these records? What year?
I don't recall.
You don't have any record of that? A year ago, 2
Oh,
years, 3 years?
I'm sure. Maybe 3 years, possibly.
At any time before a little while ago, were you asked to look for Mr. Austin's entries or name in any of these records?
No, only when I analyzed his bank records.
Okay, and that was just a little while ago,
Yes.
a few months ago?
Yes.
Okay. But had you been asked to look at Mr. Austin's records dating back to 2017 or 16, you could have done that, right?
No, I mean, I can only look at what was provided to me.
But you had Baker's records dating back to what year?
I guess whenever I started
No,
a
but
few years back.
What year of his records, how far do they go back?
Oh, his bank records.
Yeah.
Let me see. The earliest I had is September 2015.
Okay. So Mr. Austin's name appears back even to 2015, isn't that right?
Austin's name?
Yeah, as getting funds or whatever from Mr. Baker or
Well, I
HCNs?
mean, my analysis does not indicate who the money was going to.
Well, when does Austin's name first appear, or his bank records first appear in your analysis?
I think just last year.
He was first given money last year?
No, his name finally came up last year for me.
And it came up in whose records?
I think it was a discussion between me and DDA Silverman.
Did they come up, the transactions, in Mr. Baker's records as well?
There are transactions being shown, but the bank record did not identify who was doing the withdrawal of the money.
It just showed Baker was sending money to Alaska. And
No,
other-
it just shows someone was withdrawing money in Alaska.
Okay, dating back to 2015, right?
I think 16 was the first, because that's when the account was opened, in
Alright.
January 2016.
And did it show in Mr. Baker's records that there were travel expenditures in 2017?
Ooh, can you be a little more specific?
Well, what's the earliest after you were asked to look for Mr. Austin that you saw he was traveling? It appeared with funds supplied by Mr. Baker
July
of,
2016.
okay, before Mr. Sementilli's death.
Yes.
And had you been asked to identify Mr. Austin's travel or records or so forth, with those records you had, you could have identified him at any time if you were asked to look for it, right?
I didn't get the Austin bank records until last year.
But you
So-
had Baker's.
Yes, but Baker did not identify. I mean, it showed purchase at Alaska Airlines, but whom it was, I never saw the detail from Alaska
Okay.
as to who the tickets was.
Did it show purchases around January 23rd, 2017?
I think in January, in Austin's account, because I think we noted there was a transfer, withdrawal of money from Baker's account. And then for Austin on January 17, there were two purchases of, for Alaska Airlines.
Well, how did you connect that eventually to Baker's account?
No, I mean, basically, I brought up the issue with DDA Silverman, and then they went from there.
Okay, but then you connected it to Baker, correct?
Well, I mean, all I know is there was activity between Baker and someone in Alaska.
You knew that from the time you first started looking at his records, correct?
No. I mean, well, when I first look at his, yes, I see the activities, but
You
I didn't know
just-
who was it for.
Did
Oh,
you?
what?
Okay, but did you tell the DA's office at that time you saw activity from Baker's account to somebody in Alaska?
I think we talked about it.
That you didn't know the name of Austin at that time?
No.
In all of these records, you saw in your records expenditures that were paid by Monica Sementilli in the travel to Las Vegas and to Myrtle Beach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She appeared to pay for a larger amount of the activity than Mr. Baker did,
I
correct?
think so.
Did you ever see any activity involving Monica Sementilli to Mr. Austin?
No,
Nothing.
no.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people?
Yes, just briefly, to clarify, I want to give you an opportunity to clarify or explain on 180, people's 187, the last page, your calculation with your numbers, so we can have a clear understanding. Can you come up with like what you were doing here to get this number? Do you have a 54.30% under it?
Well, I mean, now in retrospect, I realized that I was incorrect.
Okay, but
Okay.
what is that 54%? Like, what were you doing?
So I was trying to figure out what the option cost was. I, unfortunately, being a civil servant, I never owned stock options. So I didn't really fully understand. It was just recently that I started looking at it.
Right, recently.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's in the last week or so.
Okay,
Okay, so I've been reading and I tried to figure out what option cost was, and I didn't quite fully comprehend.
when you're saying what the option cost was, what do you mean by that? Like, you're trying to understand what.
How that was calculated. So I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name.
Mr. Levine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Levine. So Mr. Levine pointed, as he was explaining, it dawned on me how the difference.
Okay, but so, just so we're clear, we have clear information.
Yeah.
So that number then,
Yes.
when you use this 54%, what were you doing?
I thought I could, I mean, maybe that was the ratio between the option cost and the net, the value, the
Okay.
gross value. But in retrospect, it's because when I did this calculation a couple of days ago, P&G was at 166.
Okay,
So it's gone way up. So that the percentage is no longer reflective. So, now he explained to me, it's like, okay, now, and he did a good job in explaining to me, I said, okay, it's the difference between what the value was the date of death
Okay,
versus the date that it was granted.
all right, I just want to be clear so that you have an opportunity to explain it. Now, also with stock options, you don't have any, I know. The point of stock options though is when you give them in a company, you don't know how much it's going to go up, but the idea that it's an incentive because the belief, as Mr. Levine said, it's a gamble, but the gamble is in hopes that it's projected to go up, right?
Yes.
So the thought is that you're going to have some increase as the years progress with the company if it does.
I'm gonna check, there's no foundation.
Sustained.
Um, it's, when, for Christopher Austin, you didn't even have his name until recently when he was arrested, right?
I think a little bit before that, so last year sometime.
So last year you started with his name, but you weren't asked to actually follow up on anything with Austin as far as getting these, what? Financial records until we actually gave you a name.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
Can you tell us when last year you were first given the name of Austin?
I can't remember, maybe mid-year possibly.
You have no,
Oh,
you have no record of that, of writing it down or anything?
no,
Thank you.
Anything further?
no.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you.
Take our next witness.
No one's out of order. I think it's resuming detective.
Very good. We started later. I'd like to go another 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I thought he wasn't going to be in court line. I thought he wasn't going to be in court. I'm talking about another case. Don't worry. I should inform counsel and the jury we may be breaking early for lunch so I can handle another matter.
Hey guys, I'm on the phone with
People, take
Monica.
a stand. You're still
I'll be
under
right
oath.
back. We're going to do our live on Monday.
And the defense may continue their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yesterday, you testified concerning the.
Wait, 1 moment.
Oh, was that from yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, I have so many pairs. I bought a new pair. Thank you.
Yeah, they were left on the.
Oh, they are. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mine, my time, and your time. I need a link and everything. I
For
need
the entire staff. We're always looking for another pair.
love and blessings.
Thank
Have a
you.
great
I didn't
weekend.
get mine. At some point, you were testifying concerning the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, correct?
Okay, we will
That-
record
I
Monday
remember we
morning.
discussed that, yes.
Right, and you testified concerning the recordings that were made and that could not be made, their activity in the patrol car after they were arrested, correct?
Correct, I remember, yeah.
And part of that was played, I think, while you were on the stand to the jury. The two defendants at that time, two arrestees that were in the car, and the as good a verbal recording as you could get, correct?
Correct.
And I think
They
you
smell so
also indicated that what was being shown on the screen was a visual of the two arrestees at that time in the police car, correct?
Yes, the latter portion of it, yes.
But that there was no synchronizing of the sound to what the jury was viewing on the screen.
Correct.
Hmm.
So what you were hearing was not necessarily the same time as what you saw on the screen, correct?
Not at all, yeah.
Okay. And when you say not at all, what do you mean? Not even close?
Not even close, because when the recording that recording, the video that you were seeing was far toward the end of the recording. So when the recording started, that video was never captured.
So do you know why the video was shown at all?
I don't know why they decided to show it.
But what was played to the jury were snippets or truncated version of what you had recorded.
Love you and
That's
appreciate
it,
you
correct?
so
I
much.
don't know. I just know that it was later in the incident. I don't know if that clip was truncated or.
Oh my God, that's
So when you were following through, you don't know whether it stopped at certain points and then began at other, or whether it was all contiguous.
Correct, I don't know.
Okay.
Because I was actually reading the transcript and just glancing up at that.
Okay. Your Honor, per prior agreement, we would like to play the entire period of time during which the recording was made that the jury heard parts of yesterday.
Would you like to have that marked as 616?
I assume you want to. Okay.
The recording marked as 616. CD, thank you. And the transcript is 617. Let me inquire as to the length of time. Thank you. Now we'll take our morning. Yeah, Mr. Paz, see you back in 15 minutes.
Okay, morning break. Sorry about that, guys. Tanika and I are going to record a show on Monday. Before we have our live here, we were talking about the Karen Reed trial. She's not really been following it as closely as some of us have. And so she was like, what? Really? So yeah, it's one of those things that when you talk to somebody about Karen Reed and when they start seeing all the BS, they're like flabbergasted. Okay, I'm going to share this. Let me get it. Linguini is in court. Was in court. When did this come down? Today. He had a court appearance. I need to find the actual feed for that. See if they have a feed. Mangione appears. Okay, we're gonna have the volume up all the way. Let me get now to feel over turtle. Who is accused of criminalizing a CEO who was being sick today? I didn't want to follow this because start breaking for lunch starts now. Do this. I need to get the time. I wasn't going to follow this because I did not like the much pop out. Always pop out my chat. Always have the chat popped out. Thank you. You are amazing. You guys, I only have 20 people entered into the giveaway. Please like and comment. I like to be entered into the drawing for today. Oh my gosh, we have another. Oh my gosh, really? Okay, while we're waiting for this, because this is gonna be a lot of I think this is live. We have some other breaking news. This may be a case I follow because it hits close to home to me as a firefighter. Okay, pause on this. I want you guys to see that. We'll come back to that, but right now, I want to play this.
I'm Pat Harvey, and we begin tonight with a manhunt going on all across Southern California. Police are looking for a woman who they say killed a veteran Inland Empire fire captain. And that woman, police say, is the fire captain's wife. And KCAL News political reporter Tom Waite joins us now. Tom, what do we know about all of this?
Gosh, Pat, it's just so many disturbing details as we learn more about this story right now. Mike Rogers also digging so much into this as well. Temecula Fire Captain Rebecca Marodi was found stabbed to death in her home Monday night. Investigators say the person who killed her was her wife, and tonight she is on the loose. Temecula Cal Fire Captain Rebecca Marodi, all smiles on Valentine's Day, her wife posting the photo with the caption, "She is an angel." Just days after this post on Monday night, Captain Marodi would be found stabbed to death at her home in northern San Diego County. Her murder is sending shockwaves through the Inland Empire, where Marodi fought fires for 30 years. Marodi's ex-wife of 7 years, Lilia Flager, kept in contact with Marodi and her family. She spoke to us about the horrific crime.
You know, it's of course very shocking. And again, just because a relationship ends, you don't ever want somebody that you once cared for so much to be, to suffer. For this to happen to Becky is just... in our home, that was the home that we lived in together. It's just unfathomable.
The suspect in Captain Marodi's murder is her current wife, Yolanda Marodi, identified by the San Diego County Sheriff as Yolanda Olinjizak. Flager tells us there were concerns about the relationship.
It was a typical toxic relationship. Yolanda was very jealous, my understanding. She was very jealous and did not want to have Becky maintaining her friendships that she'd had for years with other women.
Flager believes Olinjizak's Instagram posts were all part of a carefully orchestrated cover story, pretending to love Marodi and to hide her jealousy. Marodi was a celebrated captain at the Cal Fire Battalion in Temecula.
She was always positive, always smiling, always there to help people. And I think one of the things that I've heard from most of the people that I've talked to over the last couple of days is it didn't matter what kind of mood you were in when you found out that you were going to work with her for the day. It was going to be a great day.
We've also learned new chilling details about Olinjizak's past. In 2000, she was convicted of killing her then husband in San Bernardino using a knife. She was originally charged with premeditated murder, but pleaded it down to voluntary manslaughter, serving 9 years in state prison. Where she is now is the big question. What she's allegedly done has torn apart a family and a community.
This is solely a case of a toxic relationship gone very, very bad. And that domestic violence is, touches so many more people than we even realize.
Marodi was among the firefighters who risked her life to battle the Eaton fire, trying to save lives and homes as those flames raged. Tonight, the hunt continues for her wife and killer. Pat.
Such a tragic story. Thank you so much, Tom.
That is horrible, y'all. We will be following this. I will follow this story. I am a volunteer firefighter in the Fort McCabe Volunteer Fire Department. I have fought wildland. I don't do structure. I'll go outside the structure, but I don't go in. I'll battle it outside, but I won't go in. I get claustrophobic in the gear. Can't do that. This is birthday cake. Oh, macaroni. Mm. We have a new little bakery in town. I went to they stay open till 7 every night. Then Wolf. Last night they were open till 9. Like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Mm. Toxic. Is this better? Okay, guys, I'm being told that we're having some mic issues. I think part of the problem is these court feeds are sometimes so low that I'm having to gain up the feed so much that it's causing some interference with my mic. Is this better? Is it more clear? I'm right on it. I'm like a finger and a half away from it. I really wish I could get it out of view, but if I need to keep it closer, I will. So what we are watching is the Lugini Magioni. Hopefully I said it right. Latest, he is in court today. I'm keeping an eye on our other trial. Hello, Haley Mount. Part of the problem is I can't hear what you hear. So don't ever hesitate if y'all are having a hard time to letting me know. I don't care who you are. If you can't hear, then I need to know. If it's breaking in and out, I need to know so I can fix it. Oh, Haley, you're good. You're good. You're good. It may be that I have to stop the stream in order to talk and then start it back again. But please give me feedback.
I'm not sure. So, can they go in?
But also could be the fan blowing on it.
Yeah, maybe if it gets close. I was thinking of a few
Can anyone explain to me? I understand the popularity of this case. I do to a point, but This is a little much for me. There is so much media, and so much police and FBI. I used to do what you just saw that lady doing with the camera. Used to be me. I'm so glad they put the barriers up and created a walkway for them. That is good pre-planning, unlike with the ASAP trial. There was no planning whatsoever. Good for you, Hannah Mouse. They have to be at risk if people are trying to free him. I really got disgusted with this case. Let me tell you why. I'm going to move this because right now, you don't. I struggled because the day after the unaliving of the CEO, hundreds of people showed up dressed just like the shooter was and supported the shooter because the victim was a CEO of an insurance company, and a lot of people don't like insurance companies because they don't cover what they want them to cover and yada, yada, yada. It got super political, but what I did not want to do at that time is to give any support for all those people who were being stupid, dressing just like the victim and meeting and doing mobs. I What do you mean you can't hear me well? Is anybody else having problems? Let me pull me up on my end. While I do that, let me get this up so y'all can hear. Okay, I'm going to restart my soundboard. I'm gonna be quiet for a minute.
This camera's feeding. This camera's feeding. It just while I'm resting. This camera is feeding live.
Oh, it's feeding
Yeah,
live.
if you could just while we're not doing anything, it's resting.
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Oh.
Shot.
But is that how you're going to shoot it? Oh,
It's
okay.
resting on a shot.
Yeah, because if it goes down that way, yeah, then I got to do this.
We're going to start it from back there.
No way. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Like on the fuel.
Um, okay, our court is back. Let's go back into court. I'll finish that later. Is this better sound? I hope it's okay. I think part of the problem is I have a fan that blows on me that may have been hitting the mic, or I'm competing with what's playing. And the problem is I'm having to gain it so much for y'all to hear it because the court is not got the best of audio. So I'm doing the best I can.
Clearly, the defendants present, all counsel present, jury, and also the present, Detective Gable still under oath. So you had a little longer break than usual. What happened is I had to go to another courtroom. As I'm in another courtroom, unbeknownst to me, Esther, who's in charge of the keeping time for the breaks, paused her clock. And then I get back, and she forgot to reset it. The only thing I can think of, and I don't understand soccer at all, but I guess this is stoppage time. In any event, at this time you may hand out the transcript. People strike that. Defense 617. And the same admonition applies to this transcript as all transcripts. Yes, thank you.
I like him. He's very military-ish, which he's not that hard to look at for his age. He does have a little bit of a humor, but he runs a tight ship, and I really appreciate that. Uh-oh, he came off the bench. Everybody stood up. Is it better now, Toxic? I appreciate y'all telling me if you think there's an issue. I really do. I'm sorry, I could hear my son. Hope y'all can't hear him. He's playing a game. So all of us are. The George must have forgotten something. So let's.
Everybody have a transcript? The answer is no.
Got his glasses, I believe. They turned off the sound for some reason. Don't like these recordings.
can't breathe. Can you help? Oh, this is the car was fixed. And then I shut the car, shut the work to get out the car. Can you get our attention? I can't breathe. Hey guys. Hello? Hey guys. No, I can't breathe. I need help. Oh, I will. This is ridiculous. And then, the deal itself, the hell, man.
Hello, 80s music man.
Monica Sementilli Road, over the hills,
Ooh. Okay, let me explain what's happening here. They pulled him over and put him in the back of a police car with the understanding that they were driving a stolen vehicle. Mind you, I don't know the details on that. But while Sementilli and the post-DOS swinging Beaufran are sitting in the back of that cruiser, they purposefully left the radio, which is the transmission you just heard, purposefully left it on. And when dispatch came back with the arrest warrants for either or each one of them, they could hear while they're sitting in the back of a cruiser that there's an arrest warrant for them for the first time. So that's why you see what the F is going on. They're just now realizing they are getting ready to be arrested for red rum. And there's a warrant out for their arrest, and they're hearing it live come across the police radio. That sucks. He knows he did it. He knows it.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on there. This shit's fucking crazy. What is going on? Yes, I've heard everything. What is this? There's a warrant for your arrest for murder. Oh my gosh, I just talked to the detective this morning. I gotta give you a call. Okay, please do. Oh my God, what is this murder? I don't want to go. I'm very sorry for your loss. How did this be? All I can tell you is you got a warrant for your arrest. Yeah, I'm gonna get a phone call right now. Oh my God, please.
It worked.
I know, listen. You gotta get a lawyer immediately. I will. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely fucking insane. It's fucking nuts. What's wrong with these fucking people, man? What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know why you're surprised. You did it. You're in jail right now. You confessed to it. So what's the problem? Don't be so surprised. Surprised you're caught, maybe. What did they think was going to happen?
What the fuck's going on? I don't know. What the fuck? They don't. I hate these motherfuckers, man. They always fucking people. That's why I don't like talking to these people. I don't like talking to them. I even told them. I even told them exactly this is the question that I got to say. Because they always make shit up.
They always make
Fucking you, that's
narrative.
insane. Can you guys tell the DOT one more time? Water control center. Okay, DOT is gonna be 0502 1962. Okay.
Now, her warrant.
Coming now? Is it coming now? Can we get it open a little? Hang on just a minute. I can't breathe.
What is that noise?
Please, can you come here?
Sounds like
Please help!
sounds like a parrot. Breathing. When reality hits them, they start hyperventilating. It's coming down. If you're I've heard cops when I've been on a scene and someone starts hyperventilating like that and they're screaming, they can't breathe. They said, "If I can hear you, you're breathing." They don't have much sympathy. They really don't. That don't sound good. This is getting to me. I may skip this.
And that's why I'm in the ship. This is what I get because you're a friendship.
Haley Mouse. I was going to say it, but I didn't know if I could, should, or could. It sounds X-rated. Y'all, my hearing aids are not enjoying this. It is physically uncomfortable on my ears.
I need to know what's going on right now. I can't breathe. I'm having a big problem back here. Help me. I can't breathe.
If you're talking, you're breathing.
Can you help me, please? I'm gonna throw up and bring my hair. Please help me get the man. Put on the street something. Oh my God. Please. No. I need to stand up, please. Help me throw up. Please. Help me. Can you just stand with me? I'm on straight. Somebody did this.
Yes. I'm starting to wonder if we're listening to one of the boyfriend's videos. You're correct. People said she would hyperventilate, then talk, hyperventilate, then talk, but no tears were ever seen. Ever. And I mean ever. You're right, Haley Mouse. my god. Didn't that sound like something just finished? I wonder what every man in that room is thinking right now. Oh my gosh, look at his face. It's like, y'all, can we leave? I need to go home. Look at him. I'm sure there was some locker room talk about this one in the police department. That hurts. All right, that's as far as I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, my thing's up okay. This is brutal to sit and listen to. It is boring, and that hum is not comfortable, and I apologize, but it's part of court. Sorry about this, guys. I wish we could zoom past it. Is there talking at all? Can y'all hear him talking? It's a dead. Here we go with heavy breathing again. Okay, I'm gonna take a comfort break. I'll leave you up to it.
Transcripts, thank you. Being retrieved. Ms. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question? I'm confused on that. No? Okay.
Detective Gable, you just, I'm sorry, you just listened along with everyone else to the tape recording of conversations as they were of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli in the vehicle after the arrest, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, there were certain portions of that transcript, or there were certain times when you simply could not hear what they were whispering. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said, I believe yesterday, that your intent, well, let me ask you this. One of the primary purposes of arresting them together and putting them in that vehicle, shortly after you had informed Ms. Sementilli that she had been cleared of everything, was to see how she would react, correct?
Correct.
You already had enough evidence involving Mr. Baker that he.
Oh, good. We're done with that.
Just based on the DNA evidence.
I had enough evidence for both. I've already secured the Ramey warrants.
Okay, so you secured arrest warrants, which means in your mind and signed by a judge, there was probable cause to arrest both Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker.
Absolutely.
And you're aware that probable cause is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You just have to have suspicion, strong suspicion, correct?
Probable cause.
I'm sorry?
Okay. And
That'll be sustained. The answer's already in. It's true.
And the only reason you had not arrested both Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli before is you were hoping to get more evidence than you had already had, correct?
It's cumulative. Sustained.
So you put him in the vehicle. That's all staged, correct? The manner in which it was done.
The manner in which it was done, yes.
And you made sure that they were both arrested together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us again what efforts you made to be able to actually hear everything that was said in that vehicle, including parts where
Lucy, we were set up.
they might be whispering.
Sure. So what we did was we intended to put two, for lack of better terms, whisper recorders.
Can I interrupt you a second? You did put him in, right?
Well, we intended to put two, but only one went in.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go on.
Okay. So we intended to put two in the back of the police vehicle, one in the backrest, and then one on the little wall in front of them where their mouths would be. And that's what was. And one only at the end of the day, only one of them was put into the vehicle, and that one was inadvertently turned off instead of turned off.
All right.
He screwed it up.
Let's go back. This was an event that you had planned for some time, correct?
Yes.
And had many officers involved, correct?
At various times.
Okay. And you could have arrested Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker at any time that day or thereafter, correct?
Well, the way I was working my case, I wasn't prepared to do it until that time.
Okay. But you had plenty of time to arrange for the vehicle they were going to be placed into to have the proper listening or hearing devices, correct?
Yes, we did.
Had they been tested before you arrested them?
We brought the technician out to turn the microphones on so that nothing would hopefully go wrong. And unfortunately, the technician messed up.
And messed up by not turning it on, or it didn't work, or what?
Well, since you asked, I'll explain.
I'm sorry.
So what happened was,
Please.
what happened was we had time. We took the black and white down to our TID technical division because they're the experts on all this stuff, and they're the people that we use to do all of our recordings. So we brought it down there, and we met with the technician. And
They were getting their last on before going away for life.
The technician was very new on the job, but the supervisor was also there, and we explained in detail
Got myself with a needle.
what we wanted, where we wanted the microphones, where we wanted the camera, and went over it thoroughly. There was like no doubt in our minds, and they were like, "Got it, Roger Dodger, no problem."
Could I interrupt you? How did you know? Had you done this before?
Set up microphones?
Yeah, where and
Oh
how?
yeah.
Okay, go
I
on.
mean, throughout my career, I've done it many times.
Okay.
And we rely on their advice too. Like I may say, I want a microphone here, and they may say, well, actually, it might work better over here. So it's
Well, that's why I
collaborative
asked if you had done this before in a
Yes.
police vehicle with suspects in the back seat.
Yes.
And did that not inform you as to where to put the microphone?
Yes, I was just giving an example. It's a collaborative effort, but we
Okay.
told them where we wanted them. But they may say it's better to a little to the left, to the right.
Can you
So-
you recall what happened on this day?
Yes, I recall what happened. We told them exactly where we wanted them.
Okay.
The technician, new guy, supervisor, new supervisor, but seasoned, a very seasoned technician, got it. So of course, at that point, we rely on them, get the thumbs up to install them. They install them that evening. The next morning, Curtis picks up the black and white, and we instruct the technician to come out to the scene before we actually go do this traffic stop to actually physically turn on, they're called eagles, to turn them on. Because when you turn them on, there's a little red light, but we didn't want the officers to be responsible for having them turned on or off. Because what they do is they turn them on, and since they're surreptitiously hidden, they turn it on, the red light comes on, then they put a little piece of electrical tape over the red light so that someone doesn't inadvertently see the recorder. Common practice. Again,
Done it many times.
I'm sorry?
You've done it many times.
Many times. So the new guy, that evening, unbeknownst to us, takes it upon himself to take the eagle apart, disengage the red light, and then put it back together. So then when he went out that day to turn it on, he didn't know what was on and what was off because there's nothing to indicate it's on. So it inadvertently turned off.
How'd you find that out?
Afterwards, when we went down to meet with him.
After you tried to play it back?
There was nothing to play back. Yeah, so what happens is, after the recording's done, the technician comes out, recovers the recorders, takes them back to the office, and then they download the information. So the next morning when we came in to go pick up the recordings, they said, we got bad news. Bad news is what I just explained to you. And that's how they explained it to us. And we said, oh, okay, well, that sucks. But what about the other recorder? How'd that one do? And they went, what recorder? What are you talking about? So it was a huge screw up. It was a huge screw up. And
but you never did a trial run with before they were put in the vehicle or before the whole arrest went down to see if anything was working. I take
no, not that thing.
Okay. And you didn't find out till afterwards that you were not able to obtain the results of whatever they were saying.
The next day.
And there was no way to listen in during the time as you were doing with the other conversations to hear what they were saying?
No, the only microphone that was live was the one on the front dashboard with the camera.
All right. So, unfortunately for everyone, no one knows now what was said between them in the whispering that was not picked up. Fair
Only
statement?
Monica and Rob.
Absolutely. Now, after that,
Lucky
your
her.
ruse continued, did it not, after they were arrested?
Very much lucky her.
More detail.
Well, they were both placed under arrest for murder, correct?
Correct. That was
Correct.
not a ruse.
That was not a ruse, obviously. And they were still, they were placed apart, correct?
That's normal.
Yes. And as far as Ms. Sementilli was concerned, you or other officers under your direction continued to lie to her about what was going on, correct?
Regarding what?
Well, you told her that Mr. Baker had confessed to everything.
I don't remember saying that.
You remember any of your other officers saying that?
I don't recall that.
You don't?
No. I mean, you can refresh my memory. That's fine. But I
All
just
right.
don't recall
Well,
it.
perhaps after lunch, I'll
Okay.
take the
Yeah.
time
That
we
just,
have.
it's been 7 years, so I could miss that, but I don't recall an officer saying that Baker confessed.
Did you prepare a police report of your arrest in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and documenting that some of the tapes did not work accurately, is that right?
I don't know if I put that in there because it's not necessary for an arrest report.
Did you put in the arrest report what you were able to overhear yourself?
As far as the Perkins, I may or may not have.
I'm talking about, I thought you were listening to contemporaneously to what you
I
could
was.
hear.
I was.
Did
I
you
may
put-
have, and I may not. I put enough in the arrest report to satisfy the probable cause.
Okay. Satisfy the grounds for the arrest.
Correct.
And then they were put in a cell, and did you have a plan at that point how to obtain even more evidence, if you could,
Yes.
as to Ms. Sementilli?
Yes.
Up to that point, you had nothing indicating, let me rephrase that, she had never indicated to you verbally or anyone else that she had participated in the murder of her husband. She had not confessed to that.
Verbally, she did not.
Okay. I know you believe other evidence shows that. We'll get to that.
Okay.
But verbally, she had not. Correct?
Correct.
And it was still your goal, if possible, to get her to confess, correct?
I always try to gather evidence as long as possible.
Limited to this case, did you have a plan to attempt to continue to lie to her or a ruse in order to hopefully get her to confess.
Yes, there was a plan to continue the ruse while she was in the jail cell.
All right. And can you tell us briefly the first thing that was part of the plan?
I'm sorry?
Tell us what the plan was.
The plan's a very standard plan.
Just tell us in this case.
Okay, in this case, same as every other case. What we did is we, in this particular case, had a LASD sheriff, female, work in an undercover capacity, and she worked at our direction to sit in the cell and have a conversation with Monica. We gave her a general outline of the case so she would be aware of where the conversation was going and so she could pick up on cues that we were looking for.
You told her what you wanted her to obtain if you could.
We just wanted her to talk about the case.
Well, did you tell her that you believe Miss Sementilli was having an affair with Mr. Baker?
Oh yeah, we told her that. That's the details of the case.
Okay.
We didn't tell her what to ask. We just gave her the details of the case.
Was she someone who had performed in this role before, if you know?
Oh yeah, she's very experienced.
As posing as a suspect in a cell in order to hopefully get a real suspect to talk.
She did it all the time.
Okay. Very experienced.
Very experienced at it, yes.
Were you listening to their conversation?
Yes.
So at times you were able to interrupt it or in some way speak to her about maybe you should try this, maybe you should try that, this is not working, anything like that?
No.
Did you talk to her at all during the entire period that she was in the cell with Monica Sementilli?
I don't believe I did. There is a possibility I could have, but my recollection is not at all.
But there were times while she was in the cell with Miss Sementilli that it was interrupted by an officer coming to the cell, correct?
At my direction, yes.
And at your direction for what reason?
I have
To
to
stimulate conversation and to
I have to say, I'm enjoying the undercover work they put into this. I really am. If I'm ever arrested, I know what to look for. I don't plan on ever being arrested.
also get the passcode. So it was a combination of getting the passcode, but also mostly to stimulate conversation to give the UC a reason to talk about something rather than bringing something out of the blue that she would never know.
Okay. And did you inform Miss Sementilli that Mr. Baker had in fact confessed to the murder and everything involving the murder, had confessed to her being involved, and you just wanted her to clear it up?
Yes, no. The answer is no. I don't recall doing that, saying those words or words to that effect. I don't remember saying that. So no, I don't recall it. Like I said, you can refresh my memory, and if
Okay.
it happened, it happened.
Do you recall instructing? Did you had a partner with you that day or not?
I did, but he was. I was. Yes. Short answer is yes. Long answer is, for that day, I partnered up with Detective Parshell. He was listening with me, and my partner Barry Tellis was handling Baker's Perkins operation. They were happening at the same time.
Okay, so there were two Perkins operations going on.
Correct.
Okay, let's limit this to Miss Sementilli's.
Okay.
Was there any instruction on your part to have someone, some officer, Parshell or someone else, go to the cell and inform Miss Sementilli that Mr. Baker had confessed? They knew everything about what happened and they just needed her to clear it up.
I remember Parshell going, by listening yesterday, Parshell went up and said that there was no doubt it was you. I'm sorry, there was no doubt it was Baker. But I don't remember the word saying that he confessed. He may have, but I don't remember it.
He may have said that.
He may have, but I don't recall. I don't remember hearing it yesterday.
Okay, okay. And again, all this is designed as part of the ruse to get Miss Sementilli to confess if you can.
It's to gather information.
Okay. So how long was Miss Sementilli in the cell with this, you said trained deputies?
I didn't say trained. I said experienced.
And when you say experienced, does that mean that she had acted as a Perkins officer in the past?
Yes.
You know how many times?
No, numerous. She was
Very
numerous times.
successfully too, I might add, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, you used her again because she thought she was effective, correct?
I used her again.
Well, did you use her in the past?
No.
How'd you know she was experienced and had done this before?
Okay. So my partner is very good friends with LSD Homicide and all the people there. So he, through his contacts in LSD Homicide, heard that they use her often and that she was very good. So through my partner's contacts, we reached out to her, and she looked physically good for the part, and we heard her experience was good, so we used her.
And what was the part that she looked good for?
Cellmate.
Okay. Pretending to be someone else who had been arrested on some other crime.
Yes.
And when you said she was good, does that mean that she had secured confessions in the past?
I don't know the deep.
Sustained.
All right. So you heard yesterday, I believe, we played the Perkins tape recording.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And I take it, unlike with the car, it accurately picked up everything that was said, as far as you know, between the Perkins officer and Miss Sementilli, correct?
It sounded like it did, yes.
Okay. And at the end, Miss Sementilli indicates that she had an affair with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, she said words to the effect that he was, her everything and
Okay.
confidant and all that stuff.
And talked about cheating on her husband, but that he's still a wonderful man and amazing, and she loved him and so forth.
I
correct?
remember that.
But at no time during that entire, how long was it? A few hours?
I guess 2 hours or so, somewhere in there.
Did she ever indicate that she had participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli? Did she ever say that?
No.
Is this a good time to break, Your Honor?
Very good. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
So that's wait a minute. It's 2:25 here. 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. So we have an hour. Let me see if we can go back over here. See if we can. Oh, they had. Oh, no. We're just going to go up to the. We're going to go for the show. Telemundo! Telemundo!
On the record.
There we go. Okay, so I'm all in for the way they are using public people. I love it. I would volunteer to be the girl to go in and to be the inmate. I would be her. I would so be her.
Luigi, thanks everybody for being here today. My name is Karen Friedman Agnifilo, and I'm here with Jacob Kaplan and the rest of Luigi Mangini legal team. My intention was not to give a press conference, not to give remarks, and not to speak outside of court, because I think the most important thing is to speak in court on the record. But since video cameras, the application for a video of today's proceeding was denied, I thought I would give the remarks that I gave in court out here so that the people who are interested in hearing what's happening to Luigi Mangione can hear what's happening to Luigi Mangione. So I'm going to do my best to stick to the remarks that were given in court. First, I want to start by talking about the fact that Luigi Mangione remains in federal custody, where he is being prosecuted in 3 jurisdictions: by the federal government, by New York State, and by Altoona, Pennsylvania. But he's being held in federal custody, and the Department of Justice has refused to allow him to be in state custody, despite the fact that they've all agreed that the state court is going to go first. Now, this is problematic for several reasons. Number one, the federal government is still considering whether to execute Luigi, and considering whether to seek the death penalty. So we are fighting that simultaneously while going first here in state court. And it impacts our ability to meet with him before court, after court. He's constantly surrounded by law enforcement. He's in shackles. He was wearing a vest today, some looked like I don't even know what it looked like, but a very serious vest with his legs shackled and his arms shackled. And so he's being treated differently because he's being held in federal custody than any other person who would be facing serious murder one charges in New York State court. And I made a record in court today that I don't understand what this show of danger is for. When I go visit Luigi at MDC in Brooklyn, I sit with him. He is unshackled. He walks around freely in the visiting area. We sit in a room together without law enforcement covering over us. But for whatever reason, here, despite all the law enforcement, they need him to be wearing this vest. They need him to be shackled, and they stand right over us, and we get no time with him. So he is being treated differently because of this unusual and frankly, just the fact that he's being prosecuted by 3 jurisdictions for one event. It all is about one thing, one single event. So we object to that. We also made a record today that although the Manhattan DA's office has been providing discovery, we're past the discovery deadline, but they have made an effort to provide discovery, and we appreciate it. But what we haven't received is the police paperwork from New York City. We haven't received any of, they call them DD5s. Those are the follow-up police reports that detectives write. I am sure there will be hundreds of them, and we have not received those yet. Very important. We've also just today received the discovery regarding the arrest in the Altoona case, and we've received a little of that previously, and we are concerned that Luigi's constitutional rights were violated in Pennsylvania, and there are serious search and seizure issues that will be litigated in that case in Pennsylvania and in this case here and in the federal case, because it is alleged that Luigi had a gun on him and had other property on him that they are going to use against him in all of the cases. And if there is a search and seizure issue, and again, we have to review all of the paperwork and camera footage when we receive it before we say definitively whether we think there is one. But so far, what we are seeing is we think there is a serious search and seizure issue. And so we want the opportunity to litigate it, including in Pennsylvania, where he was supposed to have a court date on February 24th, but the Department of Justice is refusing to transport him and allow him to face the charges in Pennsylvania. So he cannot litigate those issues in Pennsylvania. And which brings me to the most important point that we made today, which is Luigi's right to a fair trial is being infringed upon because he is being publicly treated as guilty and as having the presumption of guilt as opposed to the presumption of innocence, which is what he is entitled to. And although, of course, I understand the NYPD's need for a press conference before an arrest or after an arrest, which they did here. I didn't like it, but they did it, and I understood it. What I did not understand was how shocking it was that this week on HBO, in a documentary, I see the chief of detectives and the New York City mayor, full hair and makeup done, sitting down and giving an interview for television and talking about the evidence in Luigi's case, talking about police paperwork that we don't have, talking about forensics that we have not yet received. I guess we have now today, but I didn't when I was sitting there learning about the case, hearing an actor play Luigi reading from a journal that they say is Luigi's, and we have yet to receive it from the prosecution. And so it's outrageous that they have time to go and prejudice Mr. Mangione's ability to receive a fair trial and go out and make these statements, but not give this to us. And so we are concerned because if the chief of detectives is telling everybody about all this evidence, and what if it ultimately gets suppressed because it was an illegal search and seizure in Altoona, Pennsylvania, how is he going to get a fair trial? So those are a little bit more than I was allowed to say in court, but that's the gist of it. That's what my prepared remarks were, and hopefully will allow cameras in the court going forward. If not, I will continue to provide information. We put up a website that just has basic information. It's luigimangioniinfo.com, and we will post a transcript of today's proceeding on that website. And that's where we are going to be providing hopefully accurate information about this case. I apologize. I'm not going to take any questions, and I'm not going to make any other out of court statements, because this is truly intended just to be a recitation of what happened in court. But one last thing is, Luigi really wanted to thank the supporters for being here, and we all appreciate it very much. Thank you so much.
What was the issue with this, sir?
He's not going to answer.
They're trying to suppress.
Wow, that's a big boom mic. Oh, that's not the mic. That's a cell phone. How was that for? How was that for an iPhone? Really? Oh, someone's complaining about they couldn't get the shoulder. I would have moved. Hey, they get brutal. The news media get room full when it's getting their shot.
Eli, stay with the gear.
Oh, they're all complaining. Somebody blocked somebody and they're all pissy about it. All right, they're all done pissing and moaning. I'm not going to listen to it. It's the same crap I've heard for years. That is one thing that I hated about when I did do some freelance for the news media, is the way that everybody behaved, you know. And if you were petite like I was, you would think you'd let me up front because you could see over my head. But no, they didn't want you getting anything because they wanted, you know, the less people that had the information, the better for them. They were jerks. What can I say? Jerks. Okay, so let's see. So, oh, what? Do we have the jurors? What? Oh, no. Okay. There's a picture. I want to see if we have anything. Does anybody have anything on the Zachary Hughes and jurors' response? I'm just curious. Kim Zolklik? I don't even know who that is. Okay, we just saw that. I'm working on it. I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. Okay, let me get this up and going. Because I don't know what this is, but it looks good.
Up at 5 o'clock, news on the second trial of Michelle Draconis.
Her contempt trial will be delayed as her brand new attorney gets caught up on the case and the history. Good evening and thanks for joining us tonight for Eyewitness News here at 5. I'm Mark Zinni.
And I'm Erin Connolly. Both of Draconis' new attorneys were at Stanford Superior Court today, and so was Channel 3's Matt McFarland.
He is your reporter who has covered this case from the very beginning. Matt, what's the latest tonight?
Well, Mark and Aaron, the original plan was that they would show up in court today. They would handle any pending issues, and then the contempt trial would start in March. But now that's getting pushed back to give her new attorney a chance to prepare. Michelle Troconis back in court, this time with her new attorney.
I just came in yesterday, so I'm not sure where we are exactly in the proceedings.
Darnell Crossland is now representing Troconis in the criminal contempt of court charge she picked up last year during her trial in the death and disappearance of Jennifer Farber-Dulos, the wife of her boyfriend at the time, Fotis Dulos.
This matter was down for Ms. Troconis to elect either a court or a jury trial for that March 11th date that we had scheduled. But given Attorney Crossland's appearance just yesterday, I don't know how he intends to proceed today.
Troconis is serving 14.5 years in prison after jurors convicted her of conspiracy to commit murder. The contempt charge focuses on a sealed Dulos family custody evaluation and psych report spotted on her laptop during that trial last winter, a report she wasn't supposed to have. Today in court, a judge gave Crossland 2 extra months to prepare his case, which he says will include calling to the stand the court videographer from the first trial.
As it relates to the criminal court and dissemination, which they call it now, Law and Crime, one of their employees was directly told to not shoot the screens of anything on counsel's table.
As for when the trial finally takes place, the state expects to only need a day or two to lay out its case, adding the contempt charges based not only on her possession of that sealed report, but also claiming her attempt to publicize it, something Crossland disputes.
It's ridiculous. This contempt itself is 6 months. In all the other jurisdictions, in all the states in the union, if this was there, they would already drop this contempt in light of the sentence. What are we doing here? It's garbage.
So what's next? Well, both sides will be back here April 18th. At that time, they'll pick a new trial date. Your reporter live at Stanford Superior Court, Matt McFarland, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Matt, thank you. Some breaking news.
That's interesting. Do y'all know anything about that? That's news to me, y'all. Yes, that is Greek translator. That was Greek. I did catch on to that. Pretty cool, huh? I like all the translators. Oh.
And Elizabeth,
Sorry, y'all can't hear me. This is new to me.
are you? Tell us who you are. You start there.
Yeah, I'm Megan's sister, older sister.
Where are you right now? 'Cause we know you're on video, but where are you currently?
I'm at my home in Columbus, Georgia.
All right. Walk me through just growing up. You're from Houston?
I am.
And where did you go to school growing up?
In Houston, I went to, I think, Weber Elementary, but we moved to Georgia when I was 8 or 9. And I went to Unity then.
You moved to. Sorry, there's a delay, so I'm talking over you. Sorry. When you moved to Georgia, how old was Megan and Ben?
5 or 6.
Tell the jury about Megan, a little bit about her personality.
She was beautiful. She was really outgoing when we were younger, but just kind of stopped me up when we were older and things because she really liked to be quiet. She would like to read. She really loved animals. She wanted to have
hold
fun.
on. Sorry, there's a little bit of feedback, so just go a little slower and a little, you can tone it down just a little bit.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I would say she was wonderful. She really liked animals. We were on scouts together. Like, she was quiet. She loved to draw. She was really into animation last time we checked in.
Okay. And were you close with her?
Yeah, we shared a room when we were younger. We were all 3 very close.
Okay. Tell me about Ben. Were you close with him?
Yeah.
What kind of brother was he?
I don't know if he's a brother. He was hilarious. They are both brilliant. He was sarcastic, funny, really into building things. We were all really into like being outside, like it's just a good brother.
Did you ever know Ben to have any violent tendencies towards Megan?
No,
Did you know Megan to ever have any fear of her brother that he would do something?
no,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're fine. The biggest drama they had was like Ben being a know-it-all. They play video games, and I feel like that's pretty regular. Like, and she would always talk about it. Like Megan had no problem bringing things up. So.
All right. You're in Georgia right now. Are you in school?
I am.
And you work?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3. Okay? Do you recognize the people in this picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately represent you, Ben, and Megan?
I mean, that's our first day of school years ago, so I think so.
I'll offer Defendant's Exhibit 3.
No objection, Your Honor.
With no objection made, defense exhibit number 3 will be admitted into evidence. You may publish, sir.
Okay. Elizabeth, you mentioned Ben's way he treated Megan. Did that get worse as they got older?
I mean, no, he didn't treat her badly at all. Like, I feel like we have pretty normal sibling drama. You know, it wasn't anything that I would categorize as like strange. Like, I would categorize him as violent at all. Like, he speaks very quietly, always has. Like I said, the only problem is that he's brilliant and knows it, and sometimes can be the only right one in the room. But that's pretty typical teenage things. So.
Okay. Did you observe how Ben would act as like a protector to your sister whenever she had issues?
For sure.
Okay. Let's start. Let me start here. What did Megan have? Was she autistic?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about that.
She was diagnosed when we were younger. It was always something we all kind of like grew up with. She was really quiet. She had a hard time. She was so loving, but she had a really hard time making friends, especially when she got older, because there's not a lot of room for that kind of softness, I think, in public.
All right. So so she would have a hard time making friends.
Ma'am, this is Judge Lacayo in the 182nd. You're going to have to slow down, okay? Just please slow down.
And what a sharp judge. Judge Lacayo is the judge presiding over this case. You may have noticed he doesn't wear a robe. He wears a scarf and a really sharp suit and tie every day he's on the bench. So let's take that pause as they are in the courtroom, and we'll get right back in with more from the older sister of victim Megan and defendant Benjamin.
When you go into a trial, you try to eliminate surprises.
Did he ever use the N-word?
Yes, he did.
That was a surprise. The goal was to get him to lie.
Have you used that word?
Not that I recall, no.
Anywhere that he was involved was tarnished.
I was heard uttering the N-word 40 times. How do you pull that back? You don't.
Trial and Error. Why did OJ win? A Court TV original series. New episode Sunday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific. Only on Court TV.
My son. I have very nice chocolates. And he tried to steal them and he ripped the bag. This is raspberry. Oh my God. Oh. I'm going to have to mute. I'm going to start sounding like Monica Sementilli. Sementilli. I know. I'm being joking. Yeah. I'm enjoying this moment. Y'all. That was divine. Oh my gosh. What, we have a Texas case?
That's all I have, Judge.
Just one clarifying question. Since I got these tire tracks, is there a distinction to be made between an area that a car has clearly driven through? It's obvious that something drove through this area at some point, and like the phrase tire tracks?
Tire tracks, I would define them by actual tread patterns being placed on either a hard surface or in mud or some kind of a medium that will give you distinctly tire tracks. I did not notice any tire tracks there. Okay. Basically, like I had said before, it was smushed grass.
And so while it was obvious that a car had driven through there at some point, you looked, you checked, and you didn't find any tire tracks.
That's correct.
That's what I'm showing.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion. Evans looked at this picture and it's marked as States 34. And I know it's a close-up. But 34, I'm told, and I believe is the area.
I was hoping it was today. I don't see anything today for that. Come on. My mouse is acting weird. I'm looking, y'all. I'm looking. We're looking. Y'all want to see someone attack someone in court? I'm trying to see what we can find. They are still on lunch. And so we are waiting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming and thank you for your patience. My name is.
I'm trying to find more information. There's not much going on. Nope, not much going on. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all have any ideas? You go eat dinner. No, we know nothing. It's okay. Right now, everybody is on lunch. All trials are kind of there and on lunch, so we're gonna wait. They should be back though within 30 minutes. My son is ordering my lunch. Thank you, my beloved. Nice that he's ordering my lunch. I don't know what he's ordering for me, but I thank you. Let me see what Toxic has. I'm gonna get to it. I'm sorry, sometimes it takes a minute because I got a lot of buttons to push. Dang it, why do people put stuff up with all these other YouTubers' names in it? Don't do that, I want a raw feed. Here we go. Nope. We'll go back this way. Of course not.
Officers responded to 6202 Willismore Drive on a shooting. When they arrived on scene, there's 3 subjects down, 1 male pronounced deceased on scene. 2 females were transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries, but they later succumbed to their injuries and they are both deceased as well. There does not seem to be a public threat at this point in time as it relates to this incident. And that's really all we have right now. This is very early on.
A murder-suicide?
No, sir.
Did this happen outside or inside?
It's a little too early to start going into all that right now. We're still processing the scene.
Do you have a suspect in custody?
We do not.
Is KSP helping you with this investigation?
They're not helping with the investigation. They responded due to it being a licensed bureau.
What agencies do you have on scene right now?
Just LMPD and KSP.
So, Major, can you explain to us why there's not a public threat? Or was there more than one shooter?
The subjects, I can't disclose. I don't know that right now, but they did flee the scene, according to witnesses in a vehicle.
So you're still looking for suspects?
Still looking for suspects.
Do you have a description?
We do not right now at this point in time. We're still monitoring video cameras and things like that.
It's tragic overall because 3 people
Absolutely.
have died, but this happened in such a public setting. Can you speak to that?
No, not at this point in time. No.
Not the fact that it's heartbreaking in that sense.
Oh, it is.
More
It's
people
absolutely a tragedy, and I'm surprised that there wasn't more people injured, but many people were standing outside. But as far as any details into what occurred, I just can't speak to them right now.
Were the 3 victims connected?
I can't speak to that yet either. I don't know.
Were they in the parking lot, like walking to their cars, or?
I don't know what they were outside. I can give you that, but I don't know what they were actually doing because we're still monitoring. Trying to gather video camera and surveillance.
Is there anything you want to share with the public that the public should know? Anything you need help with?
At this point in time, I don't have like vehicle description or things like that to release. But I mean, if anybody does know anything about this, they can call our tip line at 574 LMPD.
I would imagine you have a lot of witnesses. Are they being
Yes, most witnesses are being cooperative. Yes.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Is there going to be an update later on?
Yes, we'll give an update later.
If there is.
Okay, we also have this.
Here's what I'm gonna bet happened next. The sound of the thud against his heart when he heard that news must have echoed all the way to F Block, where they are building that new firing squad chamber. Of course, nothing can ever guarantee a conviction. Koberger's trial is set to begin July 30th with jury selection, but it is a mystery to me where on earth his lawyers are going to go from here. Where could they possibly go? I'm joined now by Steve Gonsalves, whose daughter Kaylee Gonsalves was one of the 4 students murdered at 1122 King Road, allegedly by Brian Koberger. Steve, it's good to have you tonight, especially with this incredibly earth-shattering news in this case. I can just see it on your face. This is such welcome news to you.
Yeah, this was a day that we've been looking forward to for almost 2.5 years. And it's kind of like the last Hail Mary that they were going for, to just throw it all out, put all the chips on the table and go for it. And we like the way that things turned out. We're going to go into the case with the same evidence that we started with. And that's amazing. That's a great deal.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying game, set, match, right? With that DNA evidence that ties what would have been a complete stranger right to the bed where your daughter was murdered. I mean, that is a hell of a bad fact for defense. Listen, the way it works is on their side of the ledger, Brian Koberger can cry into his defense attorney's shoulders and ask, what's next? What do we do? What happens? On your side of the ledger, it's the prosecutors. Effectively, they're your lawyers. Do they talk to you? Do they get you through this? Do they help you with the patience factor as you wait all these months for these decisions?
The communication, it comes and goes. I mean, I try to assume that they're just super, super busy, but I'm an active person, so I wouldn't find my own lawyer. I found my own prosecutor, my own person who understands law to an extent that they do, even better than some of the people that are in that courtroom. So I feel like we're pretty much informed, and we're prepared for what's going to happen, and we're all working as one unit. And it's good to have days like this. It took a long time, but and people like Payne and Moyer, who literally were dragged through the mud, and people accuse those guys of lying or misrepresenting. It's a great day for them. These are men that dedicated their lives to our community, and today is a day for us to all embrace that everybody's seen them doing a good job, and everything that they did will be part of the case, and all those challenges were invalid.
You were referencing that you went and got your own lawyer, that Shannon Gray. We've spoken to him a lot. He seems very invested and certainly very caring when it comes to yours and your family's benefit here. And it's like you still want to know what else, like what still worries you. This is a great day. Obviously, this is the best day, but what still worries you ahead?
There's little pieces. If you read all through all the documentation, there's a lot of paperwork that came out today, a lot of details that weren't out. We look forward to that because there's details that we've had to hide, the things that we've had to keep to our chest. And the more that once they say it, then we can say it. We can bring more details out. And we said, a kill kit, you're going to read those documentations. You're going to find out that this individual left that house, and people spotted, these things that were going out with him. And we bring that up because people, please don't forget, this guy was not a part of our community. He was not a part of North Idaho. He's not even a citizen of Idaho. This person came here with a plan, premeditated, full-blooded murder. And he wanted to be a successful murderer, like a serial killer, somebody he studied. This is a sick individual that killed people sleeping in their beds, and there is no reason to have capital punishment if this isn't the case for it. So we're going to rely on all the people in the true crime community, all the people watching this, because it's going to get rough. We're going to have to put somebody all the way to the very ends of justice, but I think that's necessary. I feel like some of the reasons we have these mass shootings, school shootings and things, it's because we don't do a good job of showing the very end of how this ends. And once kids see the full picture of what these disastrous behaviors are, maybe that puts a little bit in their head to slow down, think it through, talk to a friend, talk to a counselor, go to your school, communicate with somebody. Don't do this. Don't make one of these decisions where you take a bunch of people along with you.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased.
Thank you, News Nation. We appreciate that so very much. We do appreciate your hard work. And we are still on the countdown. Y'all. Yeah, I could not imagine being a parent of a child who was killed like that at a school. I'm just saying. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Let me refresh. Okay, this is the dad, sleepwalking twin, unalive Texas Benjamin Elliott trial. Let me read. Benjamin Elliott is facing life in prison for fatally stabbing his twin sister allegedly while sleeping. Years later, his father, Michael Elliott, testifies about the twins' close relationship. How did I not know about this, y'all? Okay, I'm going to have to go back and watch this trial.
introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Michael Elliott. It's Michael Elliott.
And Mr. Elliott, my name is Megan Long, and I'm a prosecutor with the Harris County District Attorney's Office. And I want to start by saying I'm sorry for the loss of your daughter. And there is something that we are required to do, which is identify the individual who was killed. And so, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, please.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 75. This is a photo taken from an autopsy with ML 2140607. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 75. If you could just take a look at State's Exhibit 75 and tell me if this is your daughter, Megan Elliott.
Yeah, that's Megan.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Elliott.
Yeah.
Megan was your daughter, is that right?
Yes.
Prior to today, have you spoken to either one of the prosecutors on this case?
Prior to today, no.
On September 29th of 2021, were you ever asked for consent to allow the police to search your house?
I want to say, I don't believe we were asked specifically for consent, but we had an attorney who was representing us, who we had actually on the phone and was on the way to the house and arrived several minutes later, who told the police for us that they weren't allowed to search the house.
When this incident occurred, how do you feel like the police treated you that day?
I thought, I'm trying to come up with a polite way to say it. I did not feel like it was that the job they did at the house, what I could see of it was well done. I did not think it was well done.
Okay, and what makes you say it was not well done?
Objection would call for speculation.
You mean that is his opinion is overruled?
Well, I guess, maybe approach.
Mr. Elliott, I guess it's fair to say at the scene that you were frustrated with the police.
Yes.
So we know from the 911 call, and we know from the body cam that you went in Megan's room at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know how badly she was injured?
When I initially went to go move into the room, I went with an idea to help Benjamin, who was rendering aid to Megan with the 911 caller on the phone. And as I moved in the room, I could see Megan's face. And she was gray and just, I thought that she was gone. And then I knew it was horrible, and I needed to go get my wife, Kathy, because she's much better she's got, I don't know if she still has, but she had Red Cross certifications and was very experienced with life-saving stuff. And so I needed to get her in there. And I went in to get her in our bedroom on the other side of the house. I'm sorry, am I still answering your question or?
You're good.
Okay.
Will you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Slow down. I apologize. Just slow down for us, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you another question.
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously, you haven't seen the body worn camera video, but you would agree with me that your wife was a more calmer person at the time than you were.
Yes, I was extremely frustrated with the police. I didn't know what was going on, and honestly, I was probably angry, and not as reasonable as she was. Yes.
At some point, you and your wife ended up in that little office that's right next to the front door.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, where we had the computers. Yes.
And you're trying to get information about your daughter.
Yeah, they wouldn't tell us anything about. They wouldn't even tell us whether Megan was still alive. They wouldn't tell us anything. The ambulance EMS people weren't there. And then they were talking about. We could hear them talking on the radio about where the EMS was, and I don't know. They wouldn't tell us anything that was going on. And then they had EMS people who came and I guess looked at Megan, and then went immediately outside of the house, and we're talking in front of the house. And in the computer room, we could hear what the EMS people were saying. And so we moved close. I'm sorry?
Objection to narrative.
Oh, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
You're okay. So if I may, you're gonna hear some objections every once in a while.
Okay.
It's just about a question. I'll handle those and just listen to our instructions.
Okay.
And the defense.
So after you were in the office next to the front door,
Okay.
I think it's clear the police wanted you to move out of that room. Is that right?
Yes, they moved us into the garage, if I recall correctly, which, and then finally out of the house entirely.
And I believe it's your wife who said, can we go to the car? Because you couldn't be in the garage.
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. Well, and so this is after, I wish I could remember more clearly. This was after at some point we were able to get dressed. And the police also, I remember this while I was obviously upset. I did think that was odd that they let us get dressed in our bedrooms with the door closed without anyone there. And I don't know, but yeah, eventually we were outside in the car waiting in the driveway and still didn't know anything about whether Megan was still alive or not.
Oh my gosh, how much does your heart break for this father? And think about this. So he's here in the courtroom in the trial that is accusing his son of his daughter's murder. And this isn't the only time we're going to see him. There's going to be more testimony coming from Dad in the defense case. That's right. So he's testifying as a witness for them. What did you think of what he shared? Let me bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Joe Tamburino, to weigh in. Joe, your thoughts on Dad?
It's a horrible situation. Your heart goes out to him. There's no doubt about it, because, literally he's losing two kids. I mean, obviously his daughter is dead, but his son is facing life in prison, and it looks like the state has a pretty strong case.
Oh, sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, they do have a pretty strong case, and I wished I would have known about this sooner, because I would have loved to have been on that case. I would have gone to that trial.
Video watching history. They showed a 15-minute video that I had watched about 10 minutes of that I began at 49 minutes past 2. So I came to the conclusion I went to bed about 3.
All right. You went to bed around 3.
Yes.
What woke you up later that morning?
I thought I heard voices coming from inside the house that I didn't recognize.
Okay. What'd you do?
I got up, I put my bathrobe on, and I went to go find out what the noise was.
Okay. Where'd you go?
I went out of the bedroom and started approaching the hallway where the children's room was, because I could see light coming from one of the bedrooms.
Okay. And then what?
Then I went to saw the light was coming from Megan's room. I looked into Megan's room and I saw Benjamin's feet and Megan's feet, and Benjamin was giving Megan chest compressions. The voice that I'd heard was the 911 operator coming through Benjamin's phone.
Okay. What did you do when you saw that?
I asked Benjamin what happened, and he told me he stabbed Megan.
Did he say anything else about it?
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
I started to go into the room. I thought maybe I could help, and I saw Megan's face, and she looked horrible. She was gray. It looked like she was in a lot of trouble, and I decided to go get Kathy instead, because Kathy has more experience with that, with life-saving stuff.
Okay. At some point, did law enforcement come to your door?
Yes.
What time was that? Well,
I have no idea.
Okay. Tell the jury about that. Did they knock? Did they?
No, they didn't. I don't remember clearly whether they knocked. I don't think they had to, because I heard as I was going back from our bedroom to the children's bedroom, I had to pass the front door, and I heard Benjamin's phone on the loudspeaker, I heard the 911 operator say the police were there. And so I turned to the front door instead and let them in.
When the police came in the door, what did you ask the police to do?
I asked them to help. I asked them to help make it.
That's right. At some point, your son was taken away in handcuffs?
Yes.
Did you then start talking to law enforcement at the scene?
After Benjamin was out of the house?
Yes, sir.
I talked briefly to law enforcement, yes.
Okay. When Benjamin was being let out, did you ask him anything about what had happened?
Yes, I asked him. They brought him past me as I was standing at that point at the front door with several police officers. And I asked Benjamin what happened.
What did he say?
He said it was a dream. And yeah.
When you interacted with the Harris County Sheriff's Office, how'd that go?
It did not go well. I wanted them to help, and I did not see them helping.
Mr. Elliott, in September, leading up to this event, did you notice anything different about Benjamin?
I don't think so.
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
This jury's heard witnesses talk about Ben being silly, goofy, funny, loving his sister.
Yes.
Did any of that change?
No.
September 29th was coming up?
No, not at all.
Do you have any reason or know of any motive why Ben would hurt his sister?
Objection, judgment, speculation.
If you know.
No, I don't.
After where did the police tell you to stay when they were looking to the house?
They moved us from several rooms. They put us initially they put me by the front door. When Kathy came out, they put us in the kitchen. Eventually they talked about having us go to the garage. Finally, they let me go into the bedroom to get dressed. And then they told us they wanted us out of the house.
Non-responsive.
Okay. You were put in just different places. You were
Yes.
around. Okay. Were you getting any answers from the sheriff's office?
No, they would not tell us whether Megan was alive. They wouldn't tell us what condition she was in, nothing.
Did that treatment of you continue for a while?
Objection, judge, relevance.
Where's the relevance?
Judge, the state in their opening statement said that they lawyered up and wouldn't talk to law enforcement. There's been insinuations that they're anti-prosecution. And this goes... You can answer the question.
Oh, what was it? I forgot what it was. I'm sorry.
Did the treatment where you were kept in the dark, did that continue?
Yes.
As the investigation was unfolding, did you feel the investigators were giving you information?
I actually never received any contact by investigators. It was the only contact we had were by the responding officers, and they weren't giving us any information.
After Benjamin was arrested, did law enforcement come ask you for, well, first of all, who's Dale Carroll?
He's a family friend of ours who is also an attorney.
What did he do that night?
He came to the house. Kathy called him, and he came to the house to represent us.
Now, do you know the police got a search warrant?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware that the police got a search warrant?
No.
Either way, were any of these computers in this room, did anybody bother asking you for those or looking through those?
They didn't ask me, no.
At some point, did you go speak to the homicide detectives?
Yes, Kathy and I both went.
Okay. You were cooperative with them?
Yes.
What about, well, who have you talked to since 2021, October of 2021 from law enforcement?
We talked to the Harris County detectives initially after the event, and we talked to one person at the prosecutor's office initially, very close after the event, and since then nothing.
Okay. You said one person at the DA's office.
Yes.
Wasn't either one of these prosecutors?
It wasn't, no.
Okay.
I am going to have to go back and watch this trial because I had no idea it was even going.
They come out with two new pieces of evidence. One piece being an undated photocopy of a letter purportedly sent to the district attorney. Today, we will be giving you an update on the case of People versus Lyle and Eric Menendez. With me up here, we have Assistant viewed over 50,000 trial of that power. District Attorney. Today, we will be giving you an update on the case.
Sorry, I know I'm talking without y'all hearing. Every time I pull a video in the last 2 days, this guy's face has been in it, and it's pissing me off. When you look at it, it looks like a news channel, and then it's this guy. Do we have any? Here it is. Update on the Menendez brothers live right here. Come on. Oh, God. Okay, so we've got news on the Menendez brothers.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the Los Angeles County District Attorney. Today, we will be giving you an update on the case of People versus Lyle and Eric Menendez.
Now look.
With me up here, we have Assistant Head Deputy Habib Balian. We have Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez. We have Deputy District Attorneys Ethan Milius and Seth Carmack. As promised, after I became District Attorney on December 3rd, we have put in the hard work to understand the Menendez case. We've reviewed over 50,000 trial transcript pages from 2 months-long trials that the Menendezes had back in the early 1990s. We also have spoken to defense attorneys. We've spoken to the prosecutors. We've spoken to law enforcement. We've even spoken to every Menendez family member who wanted to speak with us. So we've done the hard work to understand the Menendez case. And right now, the Menendez case is on 3 parallel tracks. The first track is a habeas track. That is a motion that was filed in May of 2023, where in that motion, the Menendezes are saying that they have effectively new evidence. And we'll get into this in more detail in a moment. New evidence that militates and warrants and justifies a new trial. The second track is a petition for clemency that the Menendezes have taken directly to Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom has the constitutional power, and it's unilateral, to grant that petition of clemency and commute the Menendez's case and release them immediately. He has that power today. He's had that power since 2019. He can exercise it. However, he has no deadline. There's no court hearing, and there's no appeal from his exercise of that power. And the third track is a track called resentencing. Resentencing is a a somewhat California notion. There's not too many states that have a resentencing statute. The resentencing gets triggered by a district attorney's motion, or in some circumstances, the motion of a court. And that motion, unlike a habeas motion, where it focuses on that trial but goes beyond that and deals with rehabilitation and other factors. Today, we're going to focus in two different things. The first is, in order to explain the procedures that the Menendez case has gone through, we have created a video that can be accessed at our website, which is da.lacounty.gov. Again, that's da.lacounty.gov. And that video actually does an anatomy of the Menendez case. And it takes the case from the murders itself back on August 20th of 1989 through the investigation into the charges that were filed in the arrests. Then it looks at the motions that were filed by the Menendezes prior to the trials. Then it looks at the first trial, which resulted in hung juries. Then the second trial, which resulted in convictions for first-degree murder of both Jose Menendez, the father, and a separate first-degree murder conviction for Kitty Menendez, the mother, as well as a conviction for conspiracy to commit murder and certain special circumstances, allegations of lying in wait and multiple murders. That video then continues on, though. It goes through the penalty phase, where the Menendezes were either facing the death penalty or life without the possibility of parole as determined by a jury. Then the sentencing. Then it actually goes through the various appeals, the direct appeals, all the way up to the California Supreme Court. The first habeas petition, again, with the California Supreme Court. The federal habeas petitions with a U.S. District Court and a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. In all those situations, as you will hear, the Menendezes have raised many of the same exact arguments that they raised in the current habeas petition. Those arguments have been heard by a variety of courts, from the trial judge to the direct appeal Court of Appeals in California Supreme Court, to the California Supreme Court again, to the federal courts. They've considered these arguments, and they have been routinely and repeatedly rejected. So we have the video that is coming out and go through this procedural history so that people can actually learn from the Menendez case and help and actually educate themselves on the criminal justice system. What I've said very often is, if the Menendez case is the portal by which people come into the criminal justice system and show an interest in it to find out what's happening, then hopefully they will educate them further about what happened in not just in the Menendez case, but cases, criminal cases that are occurring throughout this entire county, this state, and this country every single day. So the video is coming out today, and it'll be out on our website. The second thing that we have done today is that we have filed an informal response in connection with the habeas motion. As I mentioned before, there are these three parallel tracks: the habeas, the clemency, the resentencing. Again, the clemency is up to the governor. Resentencing we will be dealing with in the future, in the next coming weeks, with our response. But today we have filed the informal response on the habeas petition. Now, something you need to know about a habeas petition: it's not the direct appeal. The Menendezes have already had their direct appeal through the California Court of Appeals and California Supreme Court, and they have lost. They've even had one level of California habeas, which they lost, and one level of federal habeas, which they've also lost. So now they've come back for a second California habeas petition. And in coming back for that, they have basically said there are two new pieces of evidence, along with their arguments, that justify them getting a new trial. Now, in a habeas petition, there are very rigorous requirements to actually get that new trial, which makes sense, because you've already gone through all these different layers of review. And if you've been rejected time and time again, at some point the system says that unless you have something very new and very compelling that is more likely to change the outcome of this case, then we are going to again reject your habeas petition. So when they come out in this case, they come out with two new pieces of evidence. One piece being an undated photocopy of a letter purportedly sent by Eric Menendez to his cousin Andy Cano at approximately December 1988, although there's no date on the letter, in which it discusses sexual abuse that was being experienced by Eric, perpetrated against him by his father at that time. That's the one piece of evidence that they've come forward, but they also came forward with a second piece of allegedly new evidence. The second piece of new evidence was a declaration by Roy Rossello, who basically said that in the early 1980s, he had been sexually abused by Jose Menendez. But this actually have a successful habeas petition requires that you meet all of the following requirements. You have to show that it's new evidence. You have to show that it's timely, that it was evidence that could not be discovered at the time of the trial, but only could be discovered after the trial. You have to show that you did not engage in any substantial delay between the time you learned about the evidence and the time you brought your motion. The evidence has to be admissible, and the evidence has to be credible. Now, the overall argument about this new evidence, again, new evidence effectively dealing with sexual abuse that Eric Menendez experienced by his father, or a gentleman named Roy Rossello experienced by Jose Menendez, the defense has now argued the following. They've said to resolve this case, jurors had to decide a single critical question. Was Jose Menendez molesting his sons? The problem with saying that that is the critical question in the Menendez trial is that it's wrong. The jury never, in any of the two juries, had to resolve the question of whether the Menendez brothers were sexually molested. In fact, the counsel, Leslie Abrahamson, 30 years before, during these trials, properly framed where sexual abuse comes into play. What she said back then is that we have never said that because you're abused, you're justified in killing your abuser. We didn't argue that, and we never will. Well, 30 years later, apparently, the Menendez counsel is arguing just that. Because what the jury had to figure out is on the night of August 20th, 1989, did the Menendezes conspire to kill both their father and their mother that night? Did they in fact kill them? And what was their state of mind at that time on the night of August 20th, 1989? Did they engage in these killings willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, or was it an act of self-defense? They had an actual fear of imminent harm, that both their father and their mother was going to kill them, and they acted in self-defense. The sexual abuse part, as Leslie Abrahamson recognized correctly back then, was not a fourth question for the jury to answer. So when we look now at the factors dealing with this new evidence, we can go through these factors. Timely evidence that is discovered after the trial, for which there is no substantial delay in presenting it. Well, if this letter, supposedly dated December 1988, written by Eric Menendez to Andy Cano, is to be believed, and that it was actually sent at that time, here's what we know. We know that Eric Menendez, during his second trial, testified for 7 days about graphic descriptions of the sexual abuse that he had encountered by his father between the ages of 6 and 18. He also talked about sexual abuse that his brother Lyle had experienced by his father between the ages of 6 and 8. That evidence was brought in, and he was asked about who he spoke to about this sexual abuse during that time period. He said he had spoken to Andy Cano. When did he speak to Andy Cano? He said when he was between the ages of 12 and 13, and Andy Cano was approximately 10 years old. That was before Eric Menendez moved from New Jersey to California, roughly 6 years before these 1989 killings. So Andy Cano also testified in the trial, and Andy Cano relayed the same information, that he had had this conversation with Eric Menendez 6 years before the 1989 killings when he was 10 and Eric Menendez was either 12 or 13. They spoke several times that year, and that was the only conversations they had about the sexual abuse, only communications they had. So now we have a letter filed in May of 2023 that is supposedly a 1988 letter written from Eric Menendez to Andy Cano about this sexual abuse. Never discussed in any of the two trials when Eric Menendez testified or Andy Cano testified. And we believe it's inconceivable, as we've argued in our papers, and defies common sense, that if they had evidence that would show that sexual abuse had been communicated not just 6 years before the events, but 9 months before the 1989 killings, that it would absolutely have come out during one or both of their testimonies. So the fact that it didn't come out, again, goes to whether or not this evidence first was discovered after the trial. If Eric Menendez wrote this letter, he had it or knew about it, or Andy Cano had it and certainly knew about it by the time of the 1993 trials. In fact, it's a 1988 letter. They would certainly have it by the time of the 1995 trials. So to say that this letter was not discovered after the trial, as it's been alleged in the defense papers, we believe is just wrong. The second thing with this letter is that if the letter was real, then the question is, when is the substantial delay triggered in actually filing this motion? So what you find in the motion is Eric Menendez is saying, I didn't know about the letter until effectively a 2015 special by Barbara Walters, where this letter had been given to her, and she actually broadcast this letter in 2015. But remember, this motion, this habeas motion, this second habeas motion, was not brought in 2015. It wasn't brought in 2020. It was brought in 2023. So one of the additional standards for a habeas motion is that you do not engage in substantial delay in bringing this motion. Andy Cano had long since passed. He passed in 2003. So he was now around to actually cross-examine and see if this letter was an actual letter that he had received or not. Or perhaps he received it, but he didn't receive it in 1988. He received it at some date much later than that. So this particular letter it could have been discovered prior or during the trials, and then wasn't presented it was presented after substantial delay, even when both Lyle and Eric Menendez say that they had this letter. The third standard is admissibility. Let me deal with the Roy Rossello letter to give you an idea how the admissibility standard works. The letter has to be it has to comply with the admissibility standards of evidence in a court. Now remember, in 1989, August 20th, the issue is what is going on in Eric and Lyle's head at the time they shotgunned their parents 12 times to their death. Are they again have an actual fear of imminent harm and death, that their parents were going to kill them that night? Or was it a willful, premeditated, and deliberate act on their part? What they have said about the Roy Rossello allegations, that he was sexually abused by Jose Menendez in the early 1980s, is that they didn't know about this in 1989. They didn't know about this in 1999 or 2009. They first found out about this in 2022, or approximately 2022, about over 30 years later after the killings. So the evidence, if in fact this is true of what Roy Rossello is saying, would not be admissible to show their state of mind in 1989 because they didn't know about it in 1989. So again, it would fail the admissibility standard, as we've argued in our habeas informal response. The last standard, of course, is credibility. Is this credible evidence? We argue in many different ways it is not credible evidence. The first way, as I've discussed before, is that if they had this evidence, if this letter truly existed, the defense counsel would have absolutely used it at the trial because it would have helped corroborate both Eric Menendez's testimony about sexual abuse and Andy Cano's testimony about sexual abuse, because that letter was 8 months, roughly 8 or 9 months before the murders, not 6 years before the murders. But it was never mentioned. Its contents were never mentioned. It was never produced or in any way used during either one of the two trials. But the notion that this letter could be part of a continuum of lies and deceit and fabricating stories required us to go back into the history of the Menendez case to analyze whether or not that would be true. And when we analyzed that, what we found out is that Eric and Lyle Menendez had told 5 different versions of the events of what had happened. The first version that they told is that they did not kill their parents. This was the version they told during when they were first confronted, or they first made their 911 call. And they said that someone had murdered their parents, obviously not them. When they confronted the police, and the police showed up that night, they ran out screaming and crying that their parents had been murdered. They'd come home and found them that way. They didn't admit it themselves. That they went ahead, and in that version, again, they said it was a mafia hit. And they had the police investigate whether or not Jose Menendez had been killed by the mafia. That was the first version. The second version was that their father was a violent sexual predator who raped Lyle's girlfriend. This was a version that was shown when Lyle's girlfriend came forward and said that Lyle had confronted her and said that he wanted her to testify that his dad had violently raped her and that he wanted her to testify to that at trial. She refused to do so. The third version that Lyle told was that their father had molested Eric, but the mother had molested Lyle, without any mention of Lyle being molested by his father. Again, that version ultimately didn't show up at trial in their defense. The fourth version is that Eric and Lyle were both molested by their father. And the fifth version is that both their father and their mother were going to kill them the night of August 20th, 1989, which is why they shot them first. And I want to focus on the difference in many respects between the fourth and the fifth versions. Because again, the key for the trial is basically what happened that night. What was in their head that night? Sexual abuse is abhorrent, and we will prosecute sexual abuse in any form it comes. But sexual abuse in this situation, while it may have been a motivation for Eric and Lyle to do what they did, does not constitute self-defense. And that's why Leslie Abrahamson said back in 1993 that sexual abuse does not justify killing your parents, and that they would never argue that. So what happens in this continuum is we analyze some of the examples of the lies and the differing stories that have been told, is that we actually saw stuff that was lied about before the killings, at the time of the killings, and in the months and years afterwards. And this evidence ranges from everything, including days before the killings. The Menendezes didn't go ahead and get their shotguns in Los Angeles and use their real names. They drove down to San Diego and used a fake ID and a fake address of one of Lyle's friends. Hours before the murders happened, they came up with a pre-planned alibi where they had actually gone ahead and contacted one of their friends to say that they were going to go to Batman the movie that night, and they would meet the friend afterwards at the Taste of LA event. During the murders, the way that the murders actually happened was instructive to understand the deceit and the planning that went into it. There was over 12 shotgun blasts that occurred that night. One of the shotgun blasts was to Jose Menendez through the back of his head. After he was dead, there were shotgun blasts to each one of his knees. The shotgun blast to the mom initially didn't kill her. She actually ended up lying on the ground, groaning and bleeding in pain. And that's at the point where Lyle and Eric Menendez had run out of ammunition, reload, and Lyle puts the reloaded shotgun up to his mother's face and pulls the trigger, thus staging it at the time like a gangland hit, which then becomes their deceit and lie in the ensuing months that occurred. Then you had the deception that occurred where they hid the evidence of their crime. They had the wherewithal that night before they left the house to pick up each one of the shotgun shells that had been expended. They then had the shotgun shells with them. They had the bloody clothing and the shotguns. And they proceeded to go to Mulholland Drive to dump the shotguns and to a car wash's dumpster to drop off the shotgun shells and their bloody clothing. Then they decided to execute the pre-planned alibi. Again, the deliberate, premeditated state at this point, where they went ahead and they actually went to the movie theater to get the tickets for Batman the movie. Turns out that they couldn't get the 8 o'clock tickets because it was already past 10 o'clock. Then they called their friend to meet him at the Taste of LA, but by the point they got there, he'd already moved on. Then they actually called a friend to meet him again in another restaurant, and they never show up. Eventually, that friend comes to the house later that night, only to see police tape around the house. Now, after they were arrested, the Menendezes also tried to suborn perjury in a number of different respects. They contacted one of Lyle's girlfriends, Tracy Baker, gave her an actual script, a script that was actually found by the police, where it said that they wanted her to testify that Lyle's mother, Kitty Menendez, had poisoned them, had poisoned the whole family. She actually did testify to this extent in the first trial, but didn't testify to this in the second trial. They also contacted one of Eric's friends, Brian Eslamania, and asked him to falsely testify that Eric and Lyle Menendez were so fearful of their parents the weeks before the murders that they tried to borrow a handgun from Eslamania. He wouldn't testify to this. They also, again, as I mentioned before, asked a different girlfriend of Lyle if she would testify that Jose Menendez had violently raped her, and she wouldn't do that either. Finally, when it dealt with the handguns themselves, the Menendezes both testified that they had gone to the Big Five Sporting Goods in Santa Monica to actually buy handguns before they switched to the shotguns. But it turns out that Big Five Sporting Goods in Santa Monica in 1989 didn't sell handguns. So we looked at, again, the credibility of the letters, and particularly this Andy Cano 1988 supposed letter, weighed it in the continuum of lies, and it calls into drastic question whether or not this is in fact a 1988 letter written by Eric Menendez to Andy Cano about this sexual abuse. But again, even if it is, it's not timely, because it was not presented at the time of trial. They substantially delayed in bringing this motion from at least 2015 to 2023. And in certain respects, it's also not admissible, which is why we conclude in our informal response that the court should deny the current habeas petition by the Menendez brothers. And if the court decides not to deny it at this point, the next motion or move for the court is to order what's called an order to show cause. Then we will file this again, this response, in response to the order to show cause. The Menendez can reply, and the court can rule at that point or have a hearing in the habeas matter. This is what we have been up to with respect to the habeas petition. Again, as I mentioned before, the governor has the clemency petition on his desk, and he can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. And we will be dealing in the next couple of weeks with the resentencing issue. Let me stop at this point and take questions. And at the end of this, I'll have Maria Ramirez address the Spanish-speaking audience on these issues.
Yeah, the family
Right here.
has been pushing for this. What did you tell them when you told them that you weren't going to support it?
So what I said what I said to the family is that I would listen to them, and we did. We met with the family for hours, and I heard all the issues that they have, and all the concerns that they have, and all the experiences that they shared with me during those conversations. Much of that deals with rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is not an issue for the habeas motion. And I want to make that crystal clear, that all the talk about rehabilitation will be talk that will be focused on in the resentencing motion. But as I mentioned before, the habeas motion focuses on the evidence at trial and any new evidence that might materially affect the outcome of that trial. Yes.
It seems that your examination of the case file so far has been significant. You demonstrate clear mastery of what you've seen, but it also sounds like you're casting doubt on the brothers' assertion that they were serially sexually abused by their father.
Again, what we have done is we've gone through all the evidence at the trial, which is the evidence that we have to work with. We looked at any testimony that was given by Eric and Lyle Menendez in the first trial, or just Eric Menendez in the second trial. We looked at all testimony that was given in support of the defense in either trial. We looked at any additional statements that we were given of people who had any level of percipient knowledge of the sexual abuse. We certainly looked at any other circumstance that deals with this question. And in looking at that, again, as I point out, that was the fourth version of what was told by the Menendezes in real time back in the 1990s.
So having reviewed 50,000 pages of documents, etc., do you personally now believe that they were not sexually abused by at least Jose Menendez?
What I believe is that they testified to that sexual abuse. They absolutely testified to it in great detail. I also understand that when it came to any corroborating information about that sexual abuse, it was extremely lacking. In fact, there were other, and the fact that it was their fourth version. In other words, they didn't come out initially and say, we killed our parents because our father sexually abused us. They didn't go ahead and when they got arrested, tell anyone that. They were saying it was a mafia hit and somebody else did it. They then, once they were arrested, they didn't again come out initially and say, my father sexually abused me. In fact, just the opposite. They were trying to say Lyle's girlfriend was violently raped by the father. Then the next version wasn't that the father sexually abused both of them. The father sexually abused Eric, but the mother sexually abused Lyle. So then you finally, and then you had, as you're aware, the Dr. Oziel tapes, where they didn't believe those tapes would ever be made public. But in those tapes, where Eric had gone to Dr. Oziel because he was suicidal and he needed to tell someone that he had actually killed his parents. At no point in any of those conversations that occur in late 1989 does Eric say that he was sexually abused by his father and that was any reason or played any role in what happened. Lyle, who's also interviewed by Dr. Oziel on tape, doesn't discuss that as well. And with respect to the mother, here's what they told Dr. Oziel. They said that they had killed the mother because they didn't want her to be a witness to the crime. That was reason one. The second reason they killed the mother is they thought that she was leading such a miserable life because the dad was cheating on her that they basically thought that they were doing her a favor, which was the third reason, which is effectively a mercy killing, whereas Dr. Oziel testified euthanasia as to why they were killing the mother. At no point do they tell Dr. Oziel the father was sexually abusing them and the mother condoned it.
So just to be crystal clear, you're saying that the evidence does not exist that they were sexually abused by either parent?
What I'm saying is that the evidence, to the extent that evidence can include their own testimony, certainly that evidence exists. Eric Menendez testified for 7 days in the second trial in graphic detail, incident by incident, describing the sexual abuse he experienced by his father. Andy Cano talked about a conversation he had when he was 10, not when he was 16, but when he was 10, and Eric was 12 or 13, where Eric was describing that sexual abuse. So if you're asking, was there evidence presented in the trial about it? There certainly was. If you're also asking me, has new additional evidence come out about that beyond the Andy Kano letter? There is none, or at least it certainly hasn't been discovered by the prosecution and hasn't been presented by the defense.
Is that what you are?
Yes.
Have you tried to authenticate that letter?
We've asked for an original copy. The only way to truly authenticate that letter, there's only 3 ways you can do it. One, you need the original copy, or you need an envelope with a postmark. We've not been presented with the original. We've not been presented with an envelope with a postmark. The second is Eric Menendez. He himself, in a declaration under penalty of perjury, has said that he wrote that letter in December of 1988. And the only third person who could probably authenticate that is Andy Kano, who passed away in 2003.
Mr. Attorney, do you believe that the Menendez brothers should be free?
The question about whether or not the Menendez brothers should be free will ultimately be a court question. Our job is to give the court the information and make the arguments, and particularly, and again, when it comes to the habeas motion, let me just start with the habeas motion, because that's what's teed up here. The Menendezes are asking for a new trial. In a habeas motion, I want to make this clear, you would not get off. You would not.
Okay, guys, I've been locked out of my account. I'm about ready to get locked out of this account. So I need to go and fix it. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes.
Might get released if you win the habeas motion. You would get a new trial, which is why I've gone through the trial evidence to show you the new evidence exists. So at the end of the day, with respect to the habeas, you would not get freed in any event, even if you won. And as I said, with respect to this habeas, we believe it should be denied.
Have you just laid out a case, though, that Governor Newsom at least should think twice before he would even consider granting clemency?
I hope what Governor Newsom will do is what we have done. Certainly, we will. If he doesn't already have the 50,000 plus pages of trial transcripts, we'll make that available to him. I hope he speaks to prosecutors, defense attorneys, the Menendez family members. I hope he reviews all the rehabilitation records. You know, those also are voluminous, but they play in the resentencing motion. The clemency power he has is vast. It's unilateral. He can do it literally today. He could do it tomorrow if he chooses. He could also do nothing. Now, one example, well, that is the power that he has with respect to it. And as I pointed out as well, and this is an interesting aspect of the governor's power. When it comes to resentencing, let's focus on that for a moment. What you'll have is that there'll be a resentencing hearing at some point. The judge makes the final call there. The judge can keep the sentence as life without parole, or he can change the sentence to life with the possibility of parole. Let me play that out for you for a moment. If the judge, not the prosecutor, not myself, but the judge makes that decision at the hearing, then what will happen is it'll go to the parole board. That's the next stop in the chain of events. The parole board will then have a parole hearing at which Eric and Lyle Menendez will present the reasons why they should get parole. The parole board itself can make one of two choices. It can recommend the granting of parole, or it can recommend denying parole. And then guess who gets the case at that point? The governor. The governor then has 120 days to do one of 3 things. He can affirm that grant of parole, and they would be released. He can he can modify, or he can actually reverse the grant of parole, and then they will not be released. And there's no appeal at that point. Now, as an example of where the governor has exercised the power to reverse the parole board, I point you to the case of Sirhan Sirhan. Sirhan Sirhan was the assassin of Senator Robert F. Kennedy back in 1968 in Los Angeles. He was originally given the death penalty, but the Supreme Court overturned the death penalty, so he got a life with the possibility of parole sentence. For 40 years and 15 parole hearings, Sirhan Sirhan had his parole turned down by the parole board. But on the 16th hearing in 2021, the parole board for the first time went ahead and granted parole. Then it went to Governor Newsom's desk. He looked at the fact that Sirhan Sirhan had been in jail or in prison for over 50 years. He was in his late 70s. He was in diminishing health. But Sirhan had never fully accepted responsibility for the actions that he engaged in. So the governor determined him to be a danger, notwithstanding all other factors, and actually reversed the parole grant for Sirhan, who remains in bars today. Yes, right here.
It would seem, just sort of big picture, hearing everything you're laying out right now, it would seem like you are leaning towards not recommending they should be resentenced. Is that fair to say?
So with respect to resentencing, we have not finalized where we're going to end up because it's not just the trial analysis. It requires an additional substantial analysis on the rehabilitation factors and other factors that are very unique to the resentencing statute. We estimate within the next 2.5 weeks, we'll be filing something at that point, and then we'll make our position very clear. Let me take one in the back. Hold on one sec. Let me take one in the back.
You're essentially saying that the Cano letter is not admissible and the Rossello declaration is not admissible under the habeas structure. Is that right?
So the Cano letter actually would not be timely because we believe, for as far as Eric Menendez is concerned, it's a letter that wouldn't be discovered after trial since he wrote it in December of 1988 and the trials were in 93, 95, and 96. As for Lyle Menendez, it would not be admissible because, again, it's an out-of-court statement, not dealing with Lyle's situation, but dealing with Eric's situation. For the Roy Rossello declaration, we're saying that is inadmissible because a declaration about incidents that occurred between Roy Rossello and Jose Menendez in the 1980s that the Menendez brothers didn't know about to the 2020s, we don't believe could influence their state of mind when they actually killed their parents. So it couldn't play a role in self-defense or premeditated murder. Yes.
When it comes to the factors and the assessments that you've outlined today as it relates to the habeas petition, can you elaborate on whether any of those factors and assessments will play into your review of the case when it comes to resentencing and other factors that you would consider?
So yes, we'll certainly look at many of the much of the evidence that we've discussed today as it pertains to the trial. But the resentencing motion goes beyond that. It really focuses as well on rehabilitation. It focuses on other factors that are identified in the resentencing statute. And that requires this additional analysis, which we are in the process of engaging in, and then we will finalize our position within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. Yes, right next to you. Hold on one sec.
Governor Gavin Newsom has previously said he is waiting for you to review the case before taking a position on potential clemency. So what would you tell him outside of the fact that you want him to review the case and should give him their thoughts and opinions?
So I tell him to review, I think it's 88 pages, the 88 pages that we have filed today as a starting point, as well as the voluminous exhibits. When it comes time for resentencing, deal with the rehabilitation aspect. We'll provide Governor Newsom with all that information as well to review. He can find some other source that he wants to review, talk to anyone he wants to talk to add to his database of how he wants to make his decision. But ultimately, the governor, again, he has absolutely unilateral, full power, constitutional power to commute that sentence. He can, and again, he might have the issue coming up on a parole issue if it comes through that path, but the clemency power is just separate apart from habeas and resentencing. A question over here.
So when it comes to rehabilitation and resentencing, Lyle and Eric just did a podcast. They came on, and it's two angry men. I don't know if you had a chance to hear it, but essentially they talk about their whole rehabilitation process that they've been through, all the work that they're doing with people, all the brutalization that they face behind bars. And I wonder what your thoughts are, because I know you've been into it.
So part of a good amount of the rehabilitation evidence was in the original resentencing motion filed by the prior district attorney. And you can go, it goes on for tens of pages detailing the rehabilitation that both Eric and Lyle Menendez have done over the last 30 plus years while in prison. To the extent, I don't know if they said anything, I have not viewed this podcast beyond what's already in the prison records that are very detailed about what went on in the prison. But again, to the extent that they want to supplement any information that the court's going to have. I'm sure through their counsel, they'll do that.
And do you believe that they've been rehabilitated based on all you've looked? Again, in our resentencing position, we will deal with the full scope of our thoughts dealing with rehabilitation in the context of resentencing, because that's what's important. The resentencing statute focuses certainly on rehabilitation, but other factors, and we will make our position known like we've done it here today in the habeas position.
You are very correct on that, love. And yeah, as per usual, Sementilli trial is not back yet.
We file our papers. Let me take another question back there.
There are many Menendez supporters all over the world who believe that they were sexually molested, and they say they've served more than 30 years. Isn't that enough? They'll obviously be very disappointed after this news conference. What would you like to say?
So what I would say again is that there are three different paths that the Menendez case is on right now. This particular path of habeas is a very specific path with very rigorous standards on how you get a new trial. Again, even if they won the habeas motion, they would not get out. They would just get a new trial. And we've gone through it fairly methodically in this press conference, and even more methodically in the informal response we submitted today to explain why we do not believe under these rigorous standards they qualify to get a new trial. Again, much of what they are arguing in this second habeas position has been already brought forward in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, rejected. So most of the arguments they brought in, other than those two new pieces of evidence, have been rejected by every single court that has heard them. So again, with respect to the habeas petition, I don't know if people understood what was involved with the habeas petition and how very specific and narrow it is, but that's why I've done my best, both in this press conference and in the video that we've put out, to explain how these processes work. Yes, over here.
The previous district attorney wrote letters to Governor Gavin Newsom in support of the brothers' bid for clemency. Would you do the same?
I'll let our filings speak for themselves. So if the governor, and I'm sure that if the governor wants to get a hold of my informal response today, if he wants to get a hold of any pleadings we file in the resentencing case going forward, if he calls me up, I'll be happy to send to him, but they're available publicly. And in fact, we'll put them on our website, da.lacounty.gov, and the governor can access them there.
Have you made a decision yet, even if you're not telling the press?
We have not made a decision on the resentencing issue. We're still in the process of not just analyzing the trial evidence, but analyzing the rehabilitation and all the other evidence that's required in a resentencing motion.
Mr. Secretary, you haven't spoken to the brothers yet, and we know you don't have to. Would you like to?
Again, it's not, the defense counsel has never offered to make the brothers available for me to speak with personally. Whether I speak with them or not, starting with the habeas petition, is irrelevant. Because again, what this focuses on is a very narrow legal standard on whether or not the new evidence, these two new pieces of evidence, meet all those standards I've gone through, warranting a new trial. With the resentencing, again, the Menendezes have put letters already that they have written in connection with the resentencing. We've read those letters. We will be considering those letters as well as all information that the defense has provided. I don't believe actually my speaking with the Menendezes one way or the other would influence what I ultimately come down and do. The record is very voluminous and I believe very complete. Next yourself.
In other words, I really don't want to talk to him.
Changed, and maybe now we have a better understanding of what it's like to process childhood sexual abuse.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I mean, I think that we've certainly, our abilities to understand it over the last 30 years have certainly improved. But the question back, and this is why I focus on what Leslie Abrahamson said about the role that sexual abuse played at the trial. That she said, sexual abuse does not justify killing your parents. It doesn't that day, and it never will. And that's why I want to make crystal clear. That came from Eric Menendez's counsel in 1993. And so again, whether or not sexual abuse understandings have...
She doesn't look like that anymore. You wouldn't recognize her.
Into your review of the
case when it comes to resentencing and other factors that you would consider?
So yes, we'll.
Fire Chief Crowley.
No, no response on the Menendez press conference.
Any comment on how the ASAP Rocky trial ended?
And no comment on ASAP Rocky. Today was about the Menendez case. Thank you very much.
If they want to hang out.
Oh, and now I'm sorry. Now we'll have Maria Ramirez speak in Spanish to the Spanish language reporters.
I'm going to make a brief statement in Spanish. Don't worry, I'm not going to go over all of the evidence that Nathan Hochman talked about. This is on behalf of our office for our Spanish-speaking audience. El fiscal de distrito. Okay, let's wait. Let's give a few minutes.
Wait a minute. Under the fair and equal, under the law, they have to. She should have been doing a separate live and translating everything he said. For her to sit there and say, we're not going to go through everything and all the evidence, I'm just going to say what I want to say, basically, is illegal. If they did that in sign language, I'd be pissed too. They can't do that. All right, guys, what do you think about the Menendez brothers situation?
Present, all council present, jury.
Yay, perfect timing.
Good afternoon. Deputy Davis under oath. The defense.
Perfect timing for more static.
Good afternoon, Detective Dable. Good afternoon, sir. I did want to clear up a couple of things.
I'm sure you did.
The recording of the two defendants, or Ms. Sementilli and later defendant, now someone who's pled, Robert Baker, were in the car, and we heard what we could hear in the recording that did come through, and the jury had a transcript of that recording. Remember that? You followed through with it?
I'm sorry.
You followed along with the playing of the tape yesterday, and then we played a longer portion today. You remember
Yes,
that?
yes.
Okay. Referring to page 3 of the transcript that was played actually both days, do you recall Mr. Baker saying, yeah, it is, it's fucking insane, and then Ms. Sementilli saying, someone is doing this to me, to us? You remember that?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Then a few lines later, maybe 10 lines later, do you recall Ms. Sementilli saying somebody did this and then somebody talked? You remember that?
Yes, it was words like somebody did this, somebody talked. I remember hearing that, yes.
And what I wanted to clear up is in the portion that was played yesterday, for the prosecution played it, the transcript said somebody did this, somebody talked. The portion that was played today, which was a longer portion, but included that, said somebody did this, somebody, and then undecipherable.
I remember seeing that when I was listening. Yes.
Now, having listened to that, again, the defense, and you're being familiar with it, it's clear that it was somebody did this, somebody talked.
Yes.
Okay, right. But you do not know, obviously, whether what she was referring to could very well have been somebody talked about the affair, somebody exposed it, right? You don't know if she
Well, in the
meant that.
context of what's going on, I would say no.
Okay, well, I understand your context.
Since you're asking my opinion, yeah.
No, I'm just asking. You don't know for sure what she meant. You have your own opinion.
I have an opinion based on the context of what was going on.
Of course, and the final opinion will not be ours, but the jury's.
Sure, exactly.
But you don't know if she was talking about somebody told about our affair. You don't know that. Correct? One way or the other.
My opinion stands that I believe it was, yes.
Fair enough. Just wanted to be fair about what was actually on the tape recording. Okay.
Yes.
You're trying to testify.
Let me return to
something that you
one other thing that we talked about today, which also involved the tape recording, and that has to do with the Perkins individual who was in the cell with Monica Sementilli. You remember that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I indicated to you that it appeared that somebody had indicated to Ms. Sementilli that Mr. Baker had confessed. Remember that?
Correct.
You referred to and you don't recall an officer actually saying that to Ms. Sementilli, and then we followed that up with she never confessed to being part of the murder at all. Remember that sequence we were talking about?
I remember talking about it.
Okay. In looking at the Perkins transcript, the D on it is detective, right?
I believe so.
Partial and or Gable, it says on the
Okay.
right.
Mm.
Do you know whether it was you or Detective Partial who said to Miss Sementilli, I just want you, this is on page 33 for the benefit of the prosecution and or the court.
Mm.
And I just want you to,
I'm sorry, for exhibit number, are you talking?
it's exhibit 181.
Thank you.
33. It starts out with detective, maybe you can remember if it was you or Detective
Sure.
Marshall,
Mhm.
saying, listen to me, Monica, you and Rob were arrested today, and I want you to understand. She says, this is, and then you interrupt, listen to me. There's a third person that's involved in this, and that person's not here. That person wasn't arrested, and there's a reason for that. She says, why? You say, okay, well, think about that. I'll be back. I'm going to get my partner. She says, why? Who's the third person? Oh my God. There was all his blood in there. This can't be. Oh my God, this can't be. And then the Perkins undercover woman says, so I guess he is your boyfriend, huh? And then she says, we do things together, but I don't have a boyfriend. That was intended to imply to her that someone had already talked and somebody had confessed and incriminated her. Isn't that right?
Well, she could take it whatever way she wants. Yeah.
But this was intentionally said by you.
It was implied. If you, yes,
Right.
it was.
Someone had talked, and this is your chance to tell us what really happened in your mind, correct?
Correct.
And at no time then after that did she say or confess to saying she was part of the murder or the planning or anything like that. She never said that, right?
No.
Okay. Let me go back, if I could. Well, let me ask you this. During the course of the investigation, did you ever recover the murder weapon?
No.
And what efforts did you make to try to locate? By murder weapon, we're talking about the knife or knives that was used in the stabbing death and murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Correct.
And what efforts did you make to try to find that knife?
Every search warrant that we conducted, one of the, or two, of whatever, knives were part of the search of any potential knives that could have been used as a weapon. Oh, all the search warrants we conducted on physical locations. Part of the order was to, or directive was to search for any knives, sharp-edged objects that could have been used as the weapon.
And you were unable to find that, correct?
Correct.
Did you attend the autopsy of Fabio Sementilli?
No, that was Valley Bureau homicide.
Okay. And have you read the autopsy report?
7 years ago, yes.
Okay. And it does describe the type of weapon or knife that was used according to the coroner based on his examination of the wounds and so forth,
I
correct?
don't recall that part. I just remember fairly good the amount of wounds, but I don't remember the description of the possible description of the knife.
Okay. But the point is you never, and as far as you know, none of the officers or detectives actually located a weapon that matched anything that was in the coroner's report.
No.
That's why you said the murder weapon has never been recovered to this day, as far as you know.
To this day, as far as I
Okay.
know, yes.
All right. Let me then turn to one of the things I believe you testified to yesterday. And I'm referring to your testimony about, well, first of all, how many times did you yourself ask Monica Sementilli to describe or to tell you the route she took, as best she could recall, to Ralph's and Target to Ralph's home? How many times did you ask her to recall that or restate that to you?
3 times.
Was that all in the same interview?
Yes, it's the only time I interviewed her regarding this.
And you're aware that prior to your coming in on the case, there had been other interviews that predated yours, correct?
Other interviews, but I don't know the specifics of the interview.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. When you came in on the case, it was, what, 6 weeks or so, or how many weeks after the actual murder?
January 23rd. Yes, 5 weeks.
Okay.
Just about, yeah.
And you knew there had been previous, obviously, an investigation that predated yours, correct?
Correct.
And who was in charge of that? Detective Parshall and Verna, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that Monica Sementilli was questioned, what, the evening of the murder or the next day? What was your recall?
Yes, it was, could have been the evening. I think it was that evening. Could have been the next day, but
And
yes.
that interview was tape recorded
I believe so.
and transcribed?
Yes. I don't know if it was transcribed. I remember reading their notes about the interview, but I don't remember if it was
Did
transcribed.
you, I'm sorry.
I don't think I've ever seen the transcribed version of it.
Well, did you ever listen to the video of the interview of the person who later became one of your prime suspects?
I read their statement on it, and I was briefed on it by Parshall and Verna.
Okay, and did they tell you that they had requested that Ms. Sementilli describe to them the route she had taken the day before or that day?
I don't recall.
All right.
They probably did, but I don't recall.
So-
What if they did? I don't remember what the route was.
Okay, and do you know between that date, which was January 23rd, 2017, or the 24th, and the time that you interviewed her, which was in May, is that right?
May, yes.
May 17th?
Something 18th or 17th, yeah.
Had she been asked any times in between, to your knowledge, to recreate the path that she had taken from her home to the gym or the home to the Target to Ralph's back home? Did you?
Not to my knowledge.
But you didn't review any of the interviews of her prior to other than yours, isn't that correct?
No, I told you I reviewed their interviews
Okay.
when we first got the case, and I spoke to them.
And what was her description of the route she had taken to Target and Ralph's and back home?
I don't recall, but if you have something to show me, it can refresh my memory.
No, I'm just asking you if you knew what her.
I probably knew at the time, but it's been 7 years. I don't remember.
All right. So now, flash forward, we're talking about May, which is 4 months later after the incident.
Mhm.
Is that right?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And you once again asked her to recreate the path that she had taken from her home to Target to Ralph's and back home. Is that correct?
Well, not once again. It was the first time I ever asked her.
First time you had.
Yes.
And she did that, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And what did she describe to you? Do you recall that?
She did a lot of descriptions, but you'd have to narrow it down.
Well, did she tell you the route she took from home to the target?
Yes.
All right. And what was that?
You have to pull the map up and I'll tell you.
Okay, you don't recall that.
In general, if the general's fine, I'll tell you.
All right. And
She
then
drove out of her neighborhood to Ventura Boulevard, hooked a left, went down to Target and turned into Target, stayed driving to the right, and then parked in front of the store.
okay. And then at some point she went into the target, correct?
At some point she did.
And then she left, correct?
She did.
Now, where did she tell you she parked in the Target parking lot when she entered?
She told me the area she parked, which was near the front of the store, center parking lot.
Okay. And you had seen a video, or you had access to a video of the parking lot from Target, correct?
Correct.
The one thing you did not have was the video from Payless, which would have shown you the view right in front of Payless store, correct?
Well, Payless, it turns out, didn't have an exterior camera, so that would have never occurred.
Oh, and I'm
But the
sorry.
But the other camera, just which is adjacent to Payless, yes, that camera would have showed us who got in our car, correct?
Okay. And by the time you got on the case, that video had been destroyed or taped over,
Auto-deleted, yes.
right?
Mhm.
Do you know why, since the murder was discovered the actual day that it occurred, why no one in your department or LAPD had gone out and gotten the video from whatever stores were in the neighborhood to see exactly what happened in that lot?
Well, they did. They went out and they got that parking lot video of the Target.
But they didn't go to the stores around it and get the one you're talking about.
No, because at the time she just said she went to Target and did shopping. So typically, that parking lot video would have been perfectly fine to corroborate her statement.
I see.
Mhm.
Well, then why did you have her recreate that 4 months later?
Because I wanted to see if she was going to offer me information as to who got in her car that day.
Okay. So let's turn to that.
Okay.
It's your testimony that from looking at the Target parking lot video, that you could tell that somebody had walked by and got in her car.
You can see someone walk around from the Payless. You can see the image across the front bumper. You can see the door opened and close and then drive away. And then that pedestrian's gone. So that part you have to assume they got in the car.
Okay. And in fact, in your testimony a couple days later, I believe you said you can actually see it sometimes even better at normal view. It's not super easy, but you can tell someone got in the car and that's all you can tell. And that's what we wanted to get the video to see, what was going on there. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was from the Target, your view of the Target parking lot video, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified that you had prepared a Ramey warrant. I believe the date is on June the 12th of 2017, in order to get a warrant to arrest both Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Yes,
And you were the affiant on that Ramey warrant, correct?
that is correct.
That means that you prepared it
Yes.
and you swore under penalty of perjury that it was true,
Yes.
what you put in there, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall on in that Ramey warrant describing 1530 hours, which would be 3:30 in the afternoon? Is that right?
Yes.
Monica's F-150 stopped on the main parking lot for approximately 15 seconds. Is that correct?
Stopped in the main parking lot?
Main parking lot road for approximately 15 seconds.
Correct.
It was difficult to see clearly due to the far distance from Target's surveillance camera. However, during Monica's 15-second stop, detectives could see a pedestrian walk from the exterior front of the Payless shoe store toward Monica's F-130. Remember saying that in your Ramey warrant?
I don't remember. You're reading it, so yes, that makes sense.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed it to you? This is on page 23 and 33 of the grading warrant issued in June of 2007.
The highlighted portion?
Then I highlighted. If you could just read it to yourself and
Sure.
let me know when you're done.
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to what you wrote in the grading warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And did you indicate in that a pedestrian appeared to walk around the front of her 150, then Monica drove off? After that point, that detectives could not locate the pedestrian.
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes, that's true.
So is it fair to say that you could not tell or see if a pedestrian had in fact gotten into the car in any way? All you could tell that someone walked around the car and then you could not locate him.
Well, you can see the door open and it appears to see it closed. So the logical conclusion is they got it. So that was my conclusion.
So in other words, in the Ramey warrant, you wrote in what your logical conclusion was, as opposed to under penalty of perjury, what the facts were.
No, that was my belief what happened, and that's ultimately my conclusion was that the person got in the car.
Why didn't you say that in your Ramey warrant?
I did say that. It's just the way I wrote it that day.
I see. So again, you wrote a pedestrian appeared to walk around the front of her 150.
Right.
Then Monica drove off. After that point, detectives could not locate the pedestrian.
Okay, so I left out the door.
You left out the door.
So there's less detail.
And you don't say in here anything about your conclusion or it appeared or anything.
Well, then I didn't conclude it, but that's what I saw, was what I wrote. The only part I left out was I saw the door open.
The only
So
part
there's less information, not more.
The only part you left out is the part that led you to believe you say that someone got in.
Yeah, because he wasn't there anymore.
Truth is, you never saw that door open on the video, did you?
I did see the door open. We can play it.
Thank you.
Play it. I'll show you. We're at that time of day where my body is going.
And this is just following up on some questions that you were asked. Defense counsel were asking you about the defendant and Rob Baker, if they ever, and getting one to flip on another one or something of that nature, right?
I'm sorry.
The defense asked you questions about when you arrested
Getting tired.
Monica Sementilli and Rob Baker.
Okay.
Like the goal could be where you get one of them to
Getting
flip
witness
or
material.
turn or implicate the other one, right?
He mentioned that, yes.
Right.
Yes.
He mentioned that to you.
Yes, he did.
That could be something that
Mhm.
could happen.
Correct.
Now, did that ever happen? Did either one of them ever give up the other person's involvement?
No.
And then just to clarify, when you were when you first came on the case, I know defense was asking you that the defendant was a suspect. That's why she was being followed and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Now, you gathered more evidence as you went along, which, as you testify, was part of the delay in arrest on anybody. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, did you request, prior to her arrest, did you request the defendant's Microsoft records or her emails, things of that nature, in order to gain more intel on the defendant?
Yes.
What did you do?
I wrote a search warrant for her Microsoft, IG accounts, Google, and I think a few others.
When you say
And
IG, is that Instagram?
Instagram.
Now, the Microsoft, what does that give you? What did you receive in return?
That's her email. I'm sorry, email account, the Kalmati Mo.
As you're requesting these through warrants, did you ever notify the defendant that you're subpoenaing her records for her emails and her Instagram and her Facebook?
No.
Don't need.
Around what time frame was that when you requested that?
April 2017, I believe.
Now, did you get records back in a timely fashion before her arrest?
Before her arrest, it was circa. So it was either just before or just after, somewhere in there, I think.
And what I'm getting at is, were you able to see her emails before she was arrested?
I believe the warrants came in just after the arrest, so no.
Okay. As far as knowing that she had a surveillance system at her home, how did you discover that?
Well, from the cameras,
We can-
and the fact that the DVR somehow was found and stolen from the house, and the way she was looking at the screen, leaving the store and streaming in very high amounts of data consistent with the surveillance video.
Okay, and so when you were able to actually get into the email, was it you that found that there was some deleted emails?
Yeah, I went straight to the trash file and there was 4 emails in there.
And those 4 emails are the emails that gave her the instructions how to access her IDMSS Lite surveillance system through that app.
At least one of them was, yes, one of the 4.
And another one was one that was forwarded to Robert Baker, giving him the instructions how to log on to her home surveillance.
Correct.
It is. It's the same.
Thank you. And then, again, you waited until June 14th. I know some questions were being asked. Why it was June 14th as the point when you finally decided to arrest the defendant and Rob Baker? Can you explain then why at that point the determination was made to make an arrest?
Sure, yeah. So by that time frame, we had received all the information, or it was in.
Not quite. Extensive cross-examination as to why there was not arrest earlier. Overruled.
We were at the end point of gathering all the information, initial information that we had requested. We had already reviewed quite a bit of stuff. We had been surveilling them for several months. And like I told you the other day, I'm pretty good about finding people. And in my normal investigation, it became, unfortunately, pretty obvious that we weren't going to find this 3rd person anytime soon. And so then we had to weigh arresting them, because the longer you wait, the more chances there's destruction of evidence. You know, they'll get rid of phones, change phones, they'll delete apps, all kinds of things. So we had to weigh that versus trying to find the 3rd person. And we thought best to just pull the trigger and do it.
Defense also asked you about the fact that when you came on March 7th, I think he used the terms that the defendant was targeted at that point, and you had a response to that. But she was a person of interest, that she was involved in the murder as of when you came on March 7th, 2017.
Yes, you were.
And you testified it wasn't just based on the fact that you knew from surveillance that she was having relations with Rob Baker. Is that right?
Correct.
Was there other evidence that led you to believe that the defendant at that time was involved based on the crime scene?
Yes, actually, it was actually a very important piece of evidence. The DVR, which was taken during that very short time frame to do this murder, was in a location in the garage that was about a 7 or 8 foot cabinet, and the DVR was high atop this cabinet. We knew that the suspects left through the garage to the kitchen door into the garage. So if you walk out the door heading toward the Porsche, which is what you're going to take to leave, it seemed very unlikely that you would look around and look way up here and see a DVR in a garage.
Detective, 1 second.
So it seemed.
Detective, stop. I'm talking. Sustain.
Okay. So based on the DVR, without the very elaborate description, based on the DVR, the location, was that obscure to you for as far as where a DVR would be located?
It was obscure enough for me to suspect that the murderer had inside information before they went into the location to where it was.
Well, it explains the mindset at the time where there's further evidence is overruled.
during your history of investigating crimes, whatever they may be, have you come across homes that contain DVR systems? So was there any other evidence that led you to direct your attention at the defendant?
Yes, well, they learned, the OVB learned that there had previously been at the house and slept the night there. So
It is, although I understand that you're asking what evidence is, Detective had in his mind, it is cumulative. Sustained.
Without going through everything again, then it wasn't just the fact that she was having an affair with Mr. Baker or Rod Baker. There was evidence from the crime scene and other evidence you took into account in order to focus some attention on the defendant. Is that fair?
yes.
Okay. During the overhear that we saw and heard from the police car, and defense played a longer version, the prosecution played a version. We hear a lot of gasping, I can't breathe. You were able to visualize this vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I watched it live.
Okay, were there windows, doors open, anything that you know to be the fact of the case of the car that she was seated within?
The dividing window door from the front passenger to the back was open, and I believe Officer Davis cracked the side window for her.
Sustained.
Did you see any of the windows cracked or open?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, and then finally, I know you guys like that word finally, but defense counsel asked you about, and said he would come back to it. The topic of Baker confessing to everything, that you telling Monica that. Upon refreshing any recollection, did you ever tell the defendant that Baker confessed to everything during this Perkins operation?
No.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Evil, I'm putting up exhibit 7, page 14 of the case exhibit. And can you see the cabinet and where the DVR, in fact, it looks like a black box, where it was located?
All right, okay.
Yes.
Can you point that out, please? What have you got there? Up here. And can you show us where the door was from the kitchen to the garage?
Sure.
And can you show us if you know where the fuse box was?
I'd be guessing, but I think I know what it is. 1 minute.
Isn't it right next to the?
I think it's there.
Okay. And it's true, is it not, that officers who arrived at the scene and were conducting the investigation long before you got involved, located the fuse box, and that a lot of the fuses have been tampered with to stop the electricity?
Yes.
Okay. So those two items are located as they are in the photograph, right next to the garage door, correct?
Yes. Is there any difference? When was this photo taken?
I believe it was taken during the investigation, so I'm hoping it was on the day or 2 or 3 after the murder.
Because I don't know what this is, but that's not the DVR man. Because
it's the exhibit introduced by the prosecution, so I can't tell you exactly.
Can you zoom in? Is it possible?
You see that better now?
I see a black figure, but if that's the day of the investigation, there's no DVR there.
As I told you, it's a crime scene photograph taken the night of the murder. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, if so, because if I may, Monica did describe the new DVR they got And she described it as a very low, sleek, very small DVR. So it would have been very
That was
difficult
like
to
a
see on top of
stereo
that.
box.
Nothing.
Well,
big
my
about
question
that.
was, do you know what that item is that was taken the
That's
night?
what I was asking you. It's in the DVR's gone, so we don't know what that is.
Okay.
He's like, dude, that's not what I'm
Once you
telling
ask
you.
me what I think happened in the case, then I can tell you that too. My only question is, knowing that that photograph was taken the night of the murder by detectives and officers from LAPD, does that refresh your memory as to what it is or what it was on that night?
Not at all.
Okay. But that is the location where you were told the DVR was.
That's the location where the very thin, sleek, small DVR was, yes.
Okay. And you're going by the description of Miss Sementilli.
Correct.
Whose veracity you swear by, right?
You're being an ass,
Um,
but he's paid to be one. I know I'm doing that.
let me ask you this.
Happy Friday.
DVR, as you can see, was right above the cabinet.
Friday.
That was the area, yes, sir.
And the Porsche was parked right next to it, correct?
The Porsche was parked, if you zoom out.
Okay, I'll have my trusty associate do that.
Yes, right in this area, as you walk out, it would be directly in front of you.
So you could see from the Porsche, you could see the DVR from the Porsche, correct?
You can see the DVR.
You know which direction the Porsche was facing, that is front in, front out?
I do not know. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. But whatever it was parked right next to the cabinet where the DVR was, you know that, correct?
It was parked in the garage, yes.
Okay. That scene shows the entire garage, does it not, as far as you know?
It shows the area where they parked the Porsche. I forget how much is to the right.
Okay. Were you ever out in the garage?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. The two Perkins video and recordings we played for you were, I think one was 20 minutes, one was about 30 or 40 minutes. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, sir. Yeah.
How long was Miss Sementilli in that vehicle after the arrest before she was removed?
Oh, yeah, good question. After looking at it, I would say 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes.
She was not in the vehicle during the whole time that the recording was made?
Oh, well, yeah. So how long was that? 43 minutes?
About.
Okay, so 43 minutes or so.
That was the entire length of the time that she was in the.
I believe the recording ended when they took her out of the vehicle.
Associate is informing me. I said Perkins. Forget about Perkins. We're talking about the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
That's what I thought we were referring to.
Okay,
yes.
and that was all planned out. They were arrested, they were taken someplace, and they were left in the car so that you could hopefully listen to what they were saying in the car, correct?
Well, they weren't left in the car, so we had to wait for tow, and we had to wait for an additional unit to transport a female.
But during that time, they were in the car.
They were detained, yes, they were.
Yes, of course.
It's normal procedure.
Okay, fine. And I'm just asking what
Yeah.
the total length of time was that they were in the car from the time of the arrest until the time they were finally taken out and taken into the police station.
I would say within several minutes, the length of the recording.
Okay. And during that time, there was a space between the front seat and the back seat, you said, correct?
A space?
Well, an opening or something that you said?
Oh, yes, there's a sliding window.
Okay, but that's still in the interior of the vehicle, right?
It is.
And the only other space was the little top portion of the right and left front windows, correct?
Plus the air conditioning vents that go through that window from the front.
So the car was left on with the air conditioning on,
Absolutely. We always do that.
all right? And were you in the car at all?
No, but that's normal procedure. We know the back of those cars are built for safety, not comfort. So typically officers leave that window open so that the AC can blow back on them.
So again, they are there for safety, not for comfort.
They were built for safety and security.
Right.
Security, I'm sorry.
Not for comfort.
Yes.
And also to hear anything that could be heard if it's taped, correct?
To a degree, that as you can see, the normal recording we got is not very good. So they're not wired like we wired it.
And the way you wired it didn't work.
Didn't work at all.
Not that time. Other times maybe, but not that time.
How long was Monica Sementilli
Somebody got
in the cell
Google for that one.
during the Perkins ruse, shall we say?
I would estimate 2 hours approximately during the actual operation.
Well, how long was she in the cell with the Perkins operator?
Correct. That's what I thought you were asking. I'm guesstimating because it's been a while, but I would say 2.5 hours maybe.
And how long was she in the cell by herself or with the Perkins operator total?
After that, the jail people do what they do.
About
you know,
7
book in and
hours,
stuff.
wasn't it?
Hmm?
About 7 hours?
I don't know how long she was in cell.
They can be
Once
up there
we're done with
all
the
day.
Perkins, we left, and the jail people become responsible for them.
How long was she in the cell before the Perkins operation started?
He doesn't know.
A second, because the operator was in there first, I believe.
So
as
you
soon
ha-
as soon as she walked in, the Perkins began.
So before she was even arrested, you had already decided to place an operator in the cell with her to try and gain whatever information that person could gain, pretending to be a suspect,
Sure,
correct?
it was pre-planned, but in this situation, sometimes it just depends. If Perkins is very wide, you totally think outside the box. It depends on the situation.
I just
the
want to
person.
know what happened
Yeah.
in this case.
So in this case, I don't recall, sometimes we put the Perkins operator in first and then introduce the person arrested. Sometimes we put the person arrested in first and then introduce the Perkins operator. I'm not sure which way it went in this one, I don't recall.
But the goal remains the same. The Perkins operator is to try to convince the suspect, if she is guilty, to confess at least to her or say incriminating things that you can use against her in a court of law. Isn't that right?
That
It's
entrapment.
totally mischaracterized what they do. What they don't try to convince anyone about anything. And as you heard, very normal conversation. And there was nothing convincing, nothing coercing. She's just carrying a conversation. Every once in a while, she drifts it back to the case. And that's what a good Perkins operator does. And many times you don't get a confession. Even as good as the Perkins operator is, it doesn't matter. A person's either going to talk or they're not going to talk. At best, you might get little nibbits, little admissions here and there.
I think you've answered the
Oftentimes you get
question,
nothing.
Officer. I
I'm
think you've
sorry.
answered the question.
Thank you. Sorry.
The Perkins operator did say things like making a deal. Others are making a deal. Maybe you should make a deal. They say things like that, don't they?
In general, they might, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay, so we've listened to the Perkins thing, and you're saying that she was just there to listen and talk. That's all, not to try to convince the defendant to say anything.
She's not trying to convince her. She's trying to
Interesting.
engage in conversation that will keep the topic on the case.
What if I told you that the records show that Monica Sementilli was put in the cell at 2:30 p.m. The Perkins operator, you said, was in the cell at the time, and
Well, I said I wasn't sure.
okay, and the Perkins agent was removed at 11 p.m. Does that sound right?
I don't recall the times.
That's your memory?
7 years ago. Come on,
No,
dude.
it's not my memory. I don't recall. I just don't.
The car, we heard in the transcript, I mean, the very beginning, defense transcript, that they put the air on the floor, right?
I don't remember if they said that or not.
Okay, take a look at the transcript. This is page 7 of defense's transcript, lines 6 through 9.
Yes.
Okay, so the air is on.
Air's on, according to him, all the way.
Okay. And when we were talking about a window, my bad, my mistake. When I'm talking about the window, we were talking about the window that divides the front and the back seat.
Correct, the one that everyone saw when they were sticking their head through.
Correct. There was the long, when we listen to the defense transcripts, we don't have a video. There's long pauses, substantial long pauses, various places. Were you watching it live during those long pauses?
Yes.
And when you listened to the audio that the defense played and you heard those long pauses, do you recall what was happening during those long pauses where it sounds like nothing's going on?
Yes. The majority of the time, from the time that they were informed that they had warrants for murder, in the beginning, let's say the whole thing was 43 minutes. Let's say the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the most, I'd say, after they were informed that they were arrested for murder. With those long pauses, their heads were down. You could only see the foreheads, the top of their heads, and they were in there, and then you could hear whispering, talking face to face.
Okay, and that happened continually then? That's the first part. What about the other pauses as the transcripts went on, or the audio went on?
There was periodic times, but it was less and less.
Okay. Just some terms that you used, if we can clarify for the jury, you used the undercover operation, you used the term UC a couple times.
Oh, okay.
What does that stand for?
UC is for undercover agent or officer, depending on, it could be undercover civilian we're using or undercover police officer.
And then you also interchanged it a couple times, or maybe I did, with PA. What is that?
PA, I think you got me on that one.
Okay, Perkins agent?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I might have used that. Do you know what a Perkins agent is?
Actually, is that the person running the Perkins? I don't know. Is
All
that
right.
me?
Yeah, okay. So the undercover person, that's a UC.
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, when the defense is showing you the photo that's up on the screen right now, there's still some placards on the ground, so taken the night of the investigation. And obviously, as you testified, the DVR is gone, so there's some articles on top of this shelf.
Yes.
But you testified that the defendant had told you about a new DVR, but that wasn't until a conversation back in May, the only time you talked to her in 2017.
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, she referenced some new DVR.
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, when we talk about the location of the DVR and someone finding it, as far as all your investigation, this isn't the entry point into the house to commit the crime, is that right?
It's the exit point.
So it's the exit point in order to take the Porsche to leave the residence, is that right?
Correct.
So the person had to have gotten the keys to the Porsche that were somewhere that person could easily find the keys.
Correct.
Do you have any evidence, or was it ever told you that the keys were in some obscure location where, did anyone ever tell you they were kept in some obscure location that somebody couldn't find?
I was told by Parcell and Brenda that the keys were located in the kitchen drawer that had blood on it, that came back to Baker's DNA.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, the location of the keys was told by Monica Sementilli to the first officers on the scene, where Fabio Sementilli usually left his keys, right?
Oh, probably so. She knew where they were, apparently. Yes.
Pardon?
If she told them that, it wouldn't surprise me. She knows where they are.
Right. She would know where Fabio Sementilli left his keys, right?
Yeah, but the point was Baker wouldn't know.
Oh,
That was
okay.
the-
But anyone going from the backyard into the kitchen could see the keys right on the top there, right?
I believe they were in the drawer.
And you believe they were in the drawer?
I thought they were in the drawer, but I could be wrong. I thought they were in the drawer.
We had testimony from officers who were on the scene, so their testimony would be more accurate than yours.
It would be, yes. I'm recalling from hearing it from that. So yes, I would. If you have
One
just
thing that's getting me about this questioning that he's doing, number one, the keys are in a drawer in the house. Somebody who's going to steal that car is not going to take the time to look through kitchen drawers for car keys unless they know that is in a kitchen drawer. Just saying.
Somebody saying otherwise from, like Detective Vernon, then yes, I would say.
Okay. And one last thing you don't know what's on top of that cabinet in the photograph we showed you, right?
I don't think anybody knows what's on there, no.
Well, you had 20 officers on the scene that night, correct?
I didn't know, but,
LAPD did, right?
there's one thing we know
Excuse me
for
a
sure.
second.
We know it's not the DVR.
Okay.
That's one thing we do know. So what else is?
Because you were told.
I gotta tell you, let me interrupt. Detective Gable, when someone says objection.
Oh, I'm sorry. My hearing's bad. So I'm sorry. I have really bad tonight. I should have told you earlier.
Thanks. All right. Well, next time you're going to objection loudly.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't even hear it. So.
I understand.
Miss
we're keeping
Sementilli
all.
was interviewed the night of the incident, correct?
I believe it was the night of.
And you didn't even review her interview report, or
I told you. I'm sorry.
It is.
Anything?
No. Thank you, Detective Gable. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I call your next witness?
Oh.
Yeah, don't do this as a matter of course. I will in this particular case. Sure, come on.
Next time you testify, sir, notify them that you have bad hearing. So they know to object louder. Y'all, I got crazy hair today. Oh. It's 5 o'clock. It's time. Hello, Dave. Thank you for joining. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining today. It's been an interesting day.
A couple things I want to tell you. We're going to be in adjournment tomorrow, Monday at 9 a.m.
Oh,
First thing, as always, the admonition. Discuss this case either
11 my
yourselves
time.
or if anyone else or former express any opinions or the cause is fine submitted to you. Next, I didn't make this up. You can check me out. You can Google this when you're done, what I'm about to say. Tomorrow is National Margarita Day. I did not make it up. But we are all good Americans. Let's honor the holiday. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday.
They ended at 3 o'clock, y'all. Their time. I have my time. Gosh, my hair is so long, y'all. Oh, y'all, this has been a case. I love court, but sometimes it gets where you just want to bang your head into the mic a few times. All right, you guys, we're going to do the giveaway and we're going to end early for today. We will be off until Sunday night. I think I'm going to make that a members only live this Sunday night. Members only live. Hi, Rachel K. Yep, 3 here. Yahoo! Monday, I'll be recording a show with Tanika. I don't know when it will air, but we'll make sure y'all know about it. And then, so y'all have a great weekend. Y'all have a great weekend. Here we go. Drawing time. Come on, share screen. June! June, you won again, you little dirty dog. Yay, June won. So welcome. Congrats, June. You were on the list. We are getting every day. We get closer to that end of the month. Congratulations, June. Okay, guys. So it's been a long week. It's been an interesting week with courts. It's been one of those weeks where it's been a lot of boring courts and a few snippets of fabulous. So I will see you guys Sunday night, 7 p.m. Lord willing. Lord willing. I try to do it every Sunday, but if weather's bad, if I'm sick or something comes up, I only get a day and a half off every week. So we'll see. But right now we're on for Sunday night at 7 p.m. Tomorrow, maybe I'll go have a margarita, which I can't. I'm allergic to citrus, lemons, limes, and oranges and grapefruit. So I can't do that. Y'all have a great weekend. Don't forget to communicate with us in Discord if you ever know anything happening, anything live, and anything emergent that you want me to cover. Instant message me in Discord. I do check that regularly. Okay, guys. Miigwech. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.